All right, good evening, everybody. Let me just jump into the thing here. Sorry. All right. Okay. It is 5:30, and at this time, I'd love to call the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. Ms. Shope, could we please have a roll call for attendance?
Yes. Tia Johnson.
Here.
Greg Schneider.
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Schneider, for making sure we start on time. If we could please get a motion potentially to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 1D, approval of the minutes. So we're looking at the minutes from the August 15th meeting of this committee. Does anybody have a motion or any comments?
I move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Oops, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, so there you go. Greg, do you need access to the Wi-Fi?
I've got it.
You got it? Well, I'll try to, okay, sorry. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Sorry, just coming up on my computer. Okay. All right, that takes us to our only discussion and action item for today, which is bringing back a second hearing for our new course proposal for children's literature from BLA. So at this time, I'd love to invite Mr. Steners and anybody else. Ms. Houston, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Jeff Stenders, the Director of Career Tech Ed and Alternative Programs, and I'm here with Ms. Ashley Houston, who is a BLA Language Arts teacher, and bringing forth her proposal that we brought for the last committee meeting of children's literature, and like to ask that it be moved on to the full board for full approval.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for returning to get again with your course proposal. Does any, or I should say, do any committee members have any comments or questions? I will just share, in the spirit of full transparency, that we had a good couple of minutes there before the meeting geeking out about how excited I am about your class, and I'm super jealous that I don't get to teach it with you. It sounds amazing. And I just want to kind of laud everybody involved, and of course you for your vision, your innovation, and what a beautiful way to capture all of the all of our standards and flexible use of language and all of these different access points. It's a very universal way to engage kids in a meaningful experience, and I'm just so excited that this is coming forward. So those are my comments. Anybody else?
I'll just add real quick that, you know, with the work that's happened, both in behind the scenes and of course now bringing it to the full board, naturally it takes a lot of us to get this type of work done. And so thank you for the leadership from the teaching and learning team. Thank you for, of course, our wonderful teacher who's helped us put some of this together, Mrs. Stenroos, for your guidance in the conversation. Of course, Mrs. Mortek, naturally with the team. Also, you know, this type of work also will encompass working with all of our students. And so with that lens, with Pupil Services as well, all of this work to me, it connects. And so that is our goal in the school district of Beloit, to connect the work. And so again, thank you.
And just one final thought. I guess I think this came up at the last meeting, but I'm going to repeat it because it's important. Just the thinking outside the box and student-centered nature of just is so encompassed in all this work. And I'm just so happy to see this come forward. And I hope that this sets kind of a trend and an expectation for other opportunities and other subjects as well. So thank you so much for bringing this forward. Does anybody have a motion?
I move to approve the application for the new course and to send it to the full board.
Is there a second?
Second.
So what we have is a motion to recommend to the full Board of Education the addition of the children's literature course at Beloit Learning Academy. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, motion passes unanimously, and thank you both so much.
Thank you.
All right, after that very long, arduous meeting, that takes us to our next meeting date, which will be Tuesday. So the next time our committee will meet for Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services, we'll meet Tuesday, October 17th at 5:30 p.m. If there's nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Motion to adjourn at 5:35 PM. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right. Thanks for a great meeting.
Thank you.
We'll be ready to go in about a minute, everybody. 6:30. That was. Are you serious? This is what this thing do to me. I mean, of course. Soccer game. All right, we're getting ready to begin. I'm going to call the September 19th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. Mr. Shope, have a roll call, please.
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Brian Anderson,
Here?
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Tia Johnson,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present.
Okay. Is there a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Nichols. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Miller and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. 2A Addenda Matrix. Dr. Garrison.
Sure. So the addenda matrix is something that we are seeking for approval at today's meeting. There was some questions that we wanted to go back and try to answer for the board, and I believe we've answered some of those questions. But if there are additional questions, I will take those at this time.
Okay, board members, are there questions, additional questions?
I just have a couple clarifying questions, and thank you for the response for the questions that I submitted earlier. So the first one, we're still using two terms, activities and clubs, and I'm just wondering if there is a reason for that. I know that there was some discussion at the last meeting that the administration was going to find out if there was a difference, and if there wasn't, I thought we would move to just one label.
So after careful consideration, I think the reason why I ended up keeping it separate is because we did find some differences in between the activities and clubs, and that's why we ended up keeping it separate.
Okay, now my curiosity has kicked in. Can you share what some of those differences are, just so we'll be aware of the difference between
Sure.
an activity and a club?
Sure. The matrix was, well, actually, first the club. Actually, Mrs. Almendaris is unable to be in person with us today, but she is virtual, and so I'll have her mute herself and explain the difference between the activities and then, of course, clubs.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Ms. Levy. Basically, everything that is on this matrix is, with the exception of the department chairs, are all activities, so whether it's athletics, co-curricular, extracurricular clubs, they all fall under the category of activities. The differentiating piece is that for clubs, these are usually overseen by an advisor and have a student body that leads the activities of said club, whereas activities such as theater, band, choir, they have a faculty member, a teacher, and it is an extension of those students' activities in their regular,
School schedule.
you know, their regular schedule.
Okay. And then my next question, grade level leaders are listed. There's 5 positions per middle school. So I guess that would be a max of 10 between the two. So just at $12,000. And the response was that grade level leaders were established in lieu of department chairs. And so just help me understand. Let's just say I was the department chair for social studies, but now I may be the grade level leader. It's a 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. It's not clear to me how those two things are interchangeable.
Sure, at the, sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Almendarez.
So we didn't have department chairs at the middle school level. We've only had them at the high school level. So these leaders are essentially taking the place or what would be a department chair role, but at the middle school level, and they're comprised of individuals, not just grade level, but also they include 2 additional, which is for representation by special ed, as well as it's special ed and another pupil position. So basically trying to cover the different needs of all of the students in that middle school. And that's why there's 5 positions.
Okay, I think the initial response just made it more confusing, but let me see if I have this correct. So grade level leaders are not grade level leaders. They're content leaders in the building. Is that accurate?
They are grade level leaders for the 3 grade levels, and the additional 2 roles are to make sure that we also have a leader for special ed, and I wrote down the additional position, but it's
Pupil
basically to ensure that
services.
we're covering all. Yes, and so we just want to make sure that it's not only the grade levels, but also those special areas that they have representation.
Okay, so I think my final question on that is, so a teacher could serve as a grade level leader for, let's say, 7th grade. What would those additional responsibilities look like? Like, what does a grade level leader do that another teacher in the building would not have responsibilities for?
Sure. So I got this one, Dee Dee, I think, if you can hear me. Okay, good. I got the thumbs up from Dee Dee. Good evening. I'm Teresa Mortek. So the grade level leadership teams often service the school on their school improvement teams, and so they help to drive that school improvement plan, which would be hours that are outside of the workday. So sometimes those committees might meet during the summer, they might meet during the school day, and they might meet before or after school, depending, with the principal's discretion in scheduling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I guess my next question, at the high school level, my question was who serves on the leadership team? And the response was principals, although they don't receive an addendum, same for assistant principals, but it could also include teachers, specialists, special education, and then basically openings for at the principal's discretion. Is that the same pattern that they're driving the building's leadership plan and that's additional work? Or is that something different at the high school level?
Really, at the high school level, I think some of the teams can have some co-ownership, if that makes any sense. I think when you're thinking about the grade level leaders and some of the work that the leadership team does, there could be some cross correlation of both. And so at the high school level, going specific to your question, I believe that there could be some cross correlation of a grade level leader, and of course, a leadership team member as well. I'm not sure if that answers your question, though, because you asked for specifics as pertains to what they're doing differently. Is that what you're leaning towards?
We're fine. And then my final question, the bilingual program liaison, the response I got is that it was included on the 2021 matrix, but was in error kept on this one and then removed as a correction. That's actually not the case. The bilingual program liaisons were new to this current iteration of the matrix that we're looking at. So my same question is there and it's been removed now, so I just want to note that. But I'm assuming it was put on for a reason, and my question is, what's the difference between the bilingual program liaison, which was slated to receive an addendum, and the bilingual homeschool liaison, which is a permanent standalone position?
Sure.
They are one and the same.
Dee Dee,
Go ahead.
Yep. So the homeschool liaisons still exist. And then we also have the biliteracy coaches. So when we had the bilingual program liaisons, when we were moving to that model in our ESL model transition, that's really what that position transitioned to. So we have the biliteracy coaches, which help to fulfill the EL model. And so those coaches receive an addendum just like the other coaches in our district receive, and we no longer have that position.
So just to be clear, we no longer have biliteracy coaches.
We still have biliteracy coaches. They receive an addendum that's just like the instructional coach other than anyone. What we don't have is the bilingual program liaison, correct. We do have a homeschool liaison, though.
So now 2 questions. Did we ever have a bilingual program liaison? Because that wasn't on the old addendum. It was on this one for a brief period, but you're saying that position has gone away?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it predates me.
Okay.
So when I asked about it today, Tony Bosco said we no longer have the program. That was what transitioned into the biliteracy coaches.
Okay, so since the biliteracy coaches, is that a standalone position or is that an addendum add-on? Because biliteracy coaches aren't listed on the matrix.
They would be where the instructional coaches are. So we have literacy coaches and we have biliteracy coaches. And the reason why we have it is because of our dual language immersion program. So when we were transitioning that, in order to be able to service students, also our EL students, that's how that position came about.
But that's a standalone position. That's not an addendum, and that's why it doesn't appear on this matrix?
Dee Dee, do the coaches get an addendum? I thought they did.
No, they're just they're placed differently on our matrix, but it's not an addendum.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Because I don't see biliteracy coaches on the matrix. I just want to make sure that we have everything we need on here.
You do have everything that you need. I apologize. When I said matrix, it's a compensation matrix, so that's something that was approved separately. They do not receive an addendum, which is part of the matrix that we're trying to get approved tonight. Sorry
So they
for the
don't
confusion.
receive an addendum because that's their regular job that they get a salary for.
Correct.
Awesome. I believe I'm good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions about the addendum matrix? Is someone ready to recommend approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Any discussion?
Just one quick question. Is the intent of the administration that we review this annually?
As it stands, unless there's changes, yes. If there's changes, I thought we should present it, unless the board has a different will.
Well, my thought is, since these are addendums, but they're also additional contracts that employees receive, we're approving the numbers as they are. If the number didn't change in 6 years, we wouldn't be changing anything, and the same contracts would be issued. But if the numbers changed, either up or down on any one of these positions, it would be my position that needs to come back because that's a change in the contract. At least want to know that those things have happened.
And the only, excuse me, the only reason I ask is that you had stated earlier that this is something that we do annually. So I just wanted to understand if that is the will of the administration, that we review this annually, or only if there's a change.
I should say only if there's a change. And I stand corrected if it has not been reviewed annually.
And just speaking to another issue unique to the district, and some of those positions, like the theater position that came before us in the beginning of last fall, and things were changed. You know, we've tried to do a uniform thing with our compensation where people don't have to individually advocate or lobby for their own increases. But when you look at our compensation model, and then even the matrix as it was laid out, that things are simple and transparent. Those are some of the things that have happened in the past, but trying to set, you know, what is expected and things are seeing what's happening, I think is an additional part of, you know, what is this conversation about this matrix. And even when it came up, when it started with those questions that you had a couple years ago about football coach's salary. That's just a little bit more context for what this is for us. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, motion passes unanimously. HR Secretary position reclassification.
Yes, so over the past year, one of my responsibilities is to look at all of our departments and kind of see how we're functioning. And one of the things that I wanted to do was actually take a deeper look at our HR conversation. Naturally, when there was some changes in the HR department prior to my arrival, there were some gaps left in that conversation. Number one, when we moved to having an executive director of finance and a direct executive director of human resources, not all positions remained constant. We did not have a director in place for HR, but it was left vacant. And we also didn't have, in this case, a secretary in this place because it was left vacant. Now, what I mean by that is one of our current district administrators, admin assistant, Jenny Miller, had moved from being an HR and business services secretary to being more on one side of the conversation, which is now in the business services department. That, of course, left a vacancy in the HR conversation when we split the two offices, in which now we have this opportunity in which we have had two secretaries working in the front office here in enrollment at the front desk here, and they were both HR secretaries. And our need now is to build out a secretary for the HR department, and this is what we are here asking for approval for as it pertains to HR secretary position reclassification. Again, it will only take one of the two HR secretaries that we currently have here at our front desk and making one of them a administrative assistant to the HR department. Mrs. Almonderis, am I missing anything?
Well, there was additional conversation with also having one of the positions up front that originally were two HR staff members, that one of them be central enrollment office staff, because we noted that the majority of the foot traffic that was coming to CAC as far as visitors were individuals either seeking assistance with or looking to enroll or register their child. And so this will also streamline some of the delays that may have been experienced in the past as we waited to call and have someone come out to assist with those requests. So it's a need that we have within our department, but it also streamlines and facilitates the services that we offer our walk-in visitors.
Is any board members have any questions?
So if I'm understanding it correctly, instead of having two lovely faces greet us at that front desk, we'll have one, and then that work will go from more general to more specialized, which translates to the increase in pay. Is that accurate?
But we'll still
Yeah.
have, let me see, you can come to the mic too. We'll still have two at the front desk. Instead of having two HR secretaries at the front desk, we'll have one HR secretary at the front desk along with a central enrollment secretary, moving the other HR secretary to the possible reclassification for the HR position. But, Missy, you can.
You did it perfectly. That's exactly what it was. But there used to be two. Both were assigned to the HR department. We pulled one back out of the reception area, pulled a CEO secretary up to streamline and make it more efficient as people came in, because they were coming in saying, I need to see enrollment, calling enrollment out, additional people in there. So just shuffled them around. So the position this one is specifically speaking to is the one that was pulled back.
Any other questions?
Is this a year-round position?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay.
Can I
Go ahead.
ask one more question? I'm curious about the benefits associated with this position. If anyone can tell me a little bit about the benefits.
Well, I can start, but I'll,
It-
sure.
It is a full-time position?
It'll be a full-time position, yes, ma'am. I can start, but I'll let Mrs. Almendares, chime in on the importance of having an HR secretary for the department. One of the things that we all know is that a lot of our work at the executive levels is funneled through different channels, and our admin assistants help us in many different ways in getting that work done. I can speak for just my office alone. There are countless calls, countless emails, countless opportunities in which I have to share additional calendar information, meeting schedules, the work, and the list actually can go on and on and on. A lot of the things that you see that's happening in the schools start with an administrative assistant and/or secretary actually putting a lot of that work together and moving a vision of the executive director and/or principal forward. And so we would be remiss if we didn't, of course, have these excellent employees help us in that manner, so that we can, of course, continue to work around the vision of the school district and moving, of course, the mission and vision forward. And so for my offices, for me, I can speak for my administrative assistants do above and beyond a lot of the day-to-day information and/or work that comes with it. But I'll let Mrs. Almendares speak more to some of the HR secretary opportunities.
Thank you, and if somebody would also kind of brief me on what qualifications are needed for this position?
Certainly. So I want to start off by stating that one of the primary things I did when I assumed my role July 1st of 2022 was to do a gap analysis of the HR department and identify the needs. At that time, there were two FTEs that were approved for the HR department that I opted at that time to bypass in an effort to identify if there was a need for those FTEs. And it was after analyzing that full year, the workload, everything goes through HR from the very beginning to the very end of an employee's life cycle. And it was just not prudent for the department to continue without having somebody designated to be an admin assistant, somebody that can be relied upon to put together reports and to assist with the department calendar, to assist with the day-to-day activities of everything that comes through the HR office. It's no 2 days are ever the same in our department. I'm sure it's the same across the school district. But it is a position that in doing without it for a year, I can honestly say it's not sustainable to not have that support moving forward. As for the qualifications, let me see, I will, from the job description, I can provide you with more precise. Okay. So the requirements for that position include a minimum of 2 years of secretarial experience, ideally in a school setting, a high school diploma, extensive knowledge of Microsoft Office Suite, Google Docs, and computer hardware, as well as highly effective communication skills. And it's consistent with the other administrative assistant positions, with the exception, of course, of the superintendent's admin assistant. And some of the responsibilities that the position will have are to manage the HR master calendar, provide administrative support, coordinate data collection for demographic diversity report and other mandatory reporting, create annual employee assignment calendars, et cetera. I don't want to bore you with all of it, but it's pretty sensitive information that admin assistant will be supporting us with.
Okay, and then the 2412 is the starting salary for anyone going into this administrative assistant position. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
so at 2412 an hour, 2,080 hours a year, this position is $50,169.60 plus benefits. Our starting salary for a master's degree teacher is $50,264. I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but I have a real problem with this. I'm not saying secretaries aren't worth their weight in gold, but I think we need to re-examine our priorities.
Could I ask a question? It's kind of along that same line, but what justifies the jump three step levels from the previous position to this one? That's a pretty big jump. That's a 26% jump. So I worked in corporate America all my life, and I never ever got a 26% increase getting promoted.
Let me
So,
start.
I know I'm not in corporate America anymore, but I'm just, that's all I can relate to. So I just have to ask that question.
Sure. Let me start first with saying, when we're thinking about the work of an administrative assistant, an executive assistant in this case, it is a tad bit different as it pertains to the level of confidentiality that comes with this position. And it's also in line with all of the rest of the executive assistants. And so we would be remiss if we didn't move this executive assistant to the same conversation as the other executive assistants that work in our offices. And so that's kind of where I wanted to start. I'll allow Mrs. Almendarez to chime in if there's additional information.
To Board Member Johnson's point, I understand your rationale and I totally respect that. A part of that matrix, I don't know historically if you know or not, but that was approved, that was all created by a previous administration, and all we're doing is administering the compensation matrix that I inherited when I started here. So I cannot tell you what the rationale originally was between what a teacher with a master's makes versus an admin assistant. The information I'm providing to you is based on what exists on the compensation matrix and where admin assistants fall. That's what that would come out to. And it is based on 2,080 hours versus the calendar for teachers. But again, I would not even argue that because I do appreciate the value that teachers bring to our districts, and I would never undermine that by saying that one position is worth more than the other. However, we are working with the compensation plan that was approved, like I said, prior to Dr. Garrison and prior to my arrival in the district. and that's where the admin assistant would fall, and that is the starting pay for it. I don't know how else to explain it.
No, I appreciate everything you're saying, Mrs. Almendarez, and, if we had an endless budget that we could be paying our master's levels educators more than we're paying our secretaries, I would be really thrilled with that for what they're doing. I mean, aside from $100 difference, but I think you understand where I'm coming from with this, so thank you.
Any other board members?
Yeah, so I just so I understand it clearly, we'll lose one HR secretary. We'll gain one admin assistant to support HR. So no new FTE. And we'll have a 25% increase because there's additional responsibilities in that role. So are we, a couple of questions then, are we using the existing personnel, or are we getting rid of someone and hiring someone, or does the person that's going to go or switch roles, they have that skill set currently? And then for those things that they're not going to do, because their new role is going to not involve some of the things that they used to do, so then who picks up those tasks?
So when we reconfigured the front office, we're keeping the one receptionist, or I shouldn't call it receptionist, secretary for HR, and then the one that is being reclassified as an admin assistant, that position is being filled by Central Enrollment Office secretary. Removing that person from the front removes the majority of their duties, which was taking care of front office responsibilities, and allows that person to focus more on the administrative assistant role. And we will not be creating a new FTE, and nobody will be displaced as a result, because we do have the internal talent to be able to fill that if that person so pursues it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members?
Sure. I just want to say I definitely appreciate those points. I think it's really important to focus where we spend our dollars on what's most important, which is, of course, student achievement, and teachers are directly in the service of our students. It's also important for us to strengthen our organization. And so I know that we've had issues with, I've heard from community members things like, I need, better response times and this and that. I think it's going to do well to help us secure and retain qualified staff by investing structurally into the operations of HR. So I don't disagree with anything that I've heard said, but I think it's a valuable investment in the strength and the sustainability of the organization.
Also, just want to add that, the administrative assistant is also 12 months and teachers are 9 months. And so, and again, this is not the previous, and again, this was a previous compensation model that was already approved. And so we're working with the compensation model that's been approved. That's kind of just additional information.
Yes, and I understand and appreciate that. I do not know any teacher in the United States that actually works 40 hours a week. I just don't. And as for confidentiality and the issue of confidentiality, our educators also are held to very high standards in terms of confidential information.
All right. Any other board members with questions? All right, so one of the things, just as Dr. Garrison and Mrs. Almendarez have said, a lot of this work, when you think about these compensation models that we have in the district, and just kind of a cultural issue for our organization, there's a time when none of these jobs are posted and listed as they are. We had the Evergreen Forest Compensation Study. So these are tools and processes that we're already engaged in to create unified structures that are transparent and people can see. In a school district, teaching and learning is the primary objective. That's the main work. But there are other people that do work that support that. And some of them do make more than teachers. So I understand that space and that point in the conversation. but there are many and varied positions in the school district. And we're going to deal with some other compensation things today, but people are compensated at different levels. The other thing that is a concern for our district is the structure of our HR organization. As was mentioned, there was a time when we didn't have a superintendent. There's a time when we didn't have our people in the finance office. And as people were leaving the organization, different people took on extra work. So you got to think about anything where you have other pieces or other parts, other people, certain organs in the body being overworked because all that should be there is not there. So we have about 850 employees at one time and one person servicing the needs of 850 employees. Get the W-2s out around tax time, get the contracts together. So part of this work, as it's been described to us by Dr. Garrison and Mrs. Almendaris at the time, is that when she came, before just filling positions and rearranging, that they did a study. And so some of the things that we've seen, many people might not understand it because you got to follow along, and people tune in at different times in the organization, but they're trying to put all the pieces in the right place so that we have people to carry out the different functions that need to happen. That's my understanding of this proposal, how it needs to be, because that's how the people that are working have asked for it. We did the same thing in like facilities at one point in time, and then, and then of course, none of these things stay static. People come and go and positions are still changing. So that is just a kind of explanation of that. I know sometimes when these different positions come up, it just seems like, well, if we're cutting things, how are we adding something? Where is this coming from? But that's kind of the context of what's been happening in our organization. I don't know if there's no more questions, I'll be ready to take action. And someone's ready to offer a motion.
Move to approve the reclassification of the HR secretary position.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. 5-2, the motion passes. Does anyone have a need to go into closed session? There's not, okay. Is there anyone for recommendation for action on Exhibit A and B?
I move to approve Exhibit A and B.
I'll second.
Motion's been made by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Miller. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving Exhibit A and Exhibit B, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. We're on to our next meeting date. Our next meeting date is Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Time is moving. All right. A motion for adjournment. Is there someone to make the motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. So we're adjourned. Give a little time here. No, I can't go right in. That was human needs here. Human needs. All right. We're gonna take about 5 minutes, and then we're gonna get started. So about 7:15. That'll make it 6 minutes. All right, we're getting ready to get started here. I'm trying, I tell you. No, I know it seems petty, but y'all know that. If you like me and Brian, you can't see.
No, I'm in.
You're not reading, though.
That's a peer pressure.
Yeah, I can't read, but
I mean, I can't either, but who needs to read? We all prepared ahead
Okay.
of time.
All right. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started. So I need you to find your seat and stop talking. That's the first time. I need you to find your seat and stop talking. That's the second time. It's the teacher and me. Oh, my God. This is the third time. We're going to go ahead and get started. I need you to find your seat. We'll come together. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Here we go. Give it up for this camera. All right. I can't read without my glasses, so I'm just not going to put them on. All right, here we go. The September 19th, 2023 regular school board meeting is called to order at 7:17 p.m. Mrs. Shope, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Tia Jensen,
Here.
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Greg Schneider,
Present.
and Sean Levy.
Present,
All members are present.
right? The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Roll call. Is there a motion for the approval of our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's a move by Megan Miller, seconded by Board Member Greg Schneider. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
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 Aye, the motion passes unanimously. I have Board Member Brian Anderson lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Shope, do we have public comment?
I do not have any cards given to me, and I do not have any emails.
Okay. Let's bypassing that. So we're on to item 3A, Superintendent Board Report.
So I know you all probably saw us having on these sunglasses at the beginning of the meeting, and it's only because it was opportunity for us to kick off, not necessarily this week's homecoming, but next week's homecoming opportunity that we have here in the district. Again, it was just a nice, fun way to, again, all hail Purple Knights coming up next week for the homecoming opportunities. Naturally, I do have some scheduled meetings that a lot of people don't know about as pertains to making sure everything goes well that week.
This is your first one.
But we will have, hopefully, again, we want to have an awesome opportunity to celebrate with all of the Purple Knights in the community for homecoming. Homecoming is next week, Friday, the game, and of course the dance is on Saturday. I believe the parade is on Friday as well. And so more information will be shared with the general public about that as we do every year. And so I think we all can remember our homecoming when we went back in the day. But again, class of '98, just want to make sure I put some of that thought into the room. Naturally, I also have an additional conversation that I really wanted to have, and this month and going into next month, I have been really trying to recognize a lot of people who helped us kind of move through our reconfiguration. And last week, of course, I recognized some TC networks and some other groups that helped us get to this point. Naturally, this week, I really want to recognize our central enrollment office. We call it the CEO office, and some of the people who also help us with registration. A lot of this work that people see happens again behind the scenes, and someone has to sit with families, and someone has to make sure that all the forms are done, and someone has to cross-reference and check all of that information for accuracy. And I would just like to say I would be remiss if I didn't push some special thanks out into the atmosphere for Robin Bai, our Skyward coordinator, Jenny Francis, our data clerk, the entire central enrollment office, which includes Julia Edwards, Christine Squires, Esther Sherrod, and of course Teresa Henderson. Of course, to the COLAC Education Center, we have Danette Lindis and Estefani Sanchez. These are the people who have helped us tremendously over the course of these past, I don't know, months, years, and helping us with this work. But I also would be remiss if I didn't thank some of our own building secretaries that also play a huge part in getting this work done. As you know, over this past summer, I moved the rollover time frame in which we would typically roll over our district information systems in August. I change the rollover to happen in July. And when that rollover happened in July, that actually opened up our opportunities to do more of our enrollment into our district early. We want to be players in these conversations. We don't want to be late to the game, naturally. And so a lot of people pulled together in order for that to happen. Yes, there were some bumps in the road, but I do believe that this process now will be something that we can fix and make even better moving forward. I also had a lot of those summer engagement activities. And so again, there's a lot of things that we did to try to increase our conversation around enrollment here in the school district. If there is an administrative assistant here or a secretary in the room, would you please do me an honor in standing, please? Please. Naturally, we can't do it without you all, and there's a lot of things that we talk about doing, and we know that we turn around and we go right to someone else at times to help us get that done. I also have some principals in this conversation, and naturally they're here representing their administrative assistants as well. And I would like to just say thank you to your administrative assistants who are unable to be here tonight. But I also wanted to make sure that everyone know that this is not just a central office endeavor. This is a complete school district endeavor to get our kids enrolled. That is very important to me, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you that helped to get that done. I can honestly say I was able to sit back as a district administrator and smile, wave, and shake hands when this opportunity was happening. But I do know that there's nights where people are still working late to get this work done. And to make sure that all of our families are ready to go on day one. And that's been something that I've been stating, and everyone pulled together to do that. And so again, thank you to everyone who had anything to do with enrollment and or registration over these past few months and of course years. This year was a little bit different because again, of reconfiguration, but the same efforts went into it this year that I believe put us in a strong position as we look at our enrollment numbers for next year. I also would like to thank Tulio Duran and Maria. He's out in the vestibule there, and Maria Acevedo. They also played a huge role in helping with some translations here at the here at COLAC. And so naturally, they coming from out their own specific places to assist us. It's just another way for us to say that we are building the team here that really is taking hold to one of the things that I really believe in, which is service at the highest level. And so service at the highest level is also looking at what you do for others. And so again, thank you to anyone again who had any role in that work. And so if I missed anyone, please note that I'm not trying to miss anyone in that thought, But I did want to make sure I bring some special attention to the Central Enrollment Office and everyone, again, who helps us with registration, which includes our administrative assistants in all of our buildings and secretaries. So again, one more round of applause to everybody who helped us with that. Right? We are also at the point where we have had our third Friday count, and I'm not ready to share any numbers just yet because naturally third Friday count was just on Monday. And it's really not just the third Friday count. It's a conglomerate of the third Thursday count, the third Friday count, and the third Monday count. We just called it third Friday count. And so it really should be, we really should say third Thursday, Friday, Monday count. But but it's kind of a mouthful. So we typically have always used the third Friday count as a space to kind of recognize, the work that goes into really getting everybody registered. And I'm not ready to share our numbers yet, but we are again in the throes of those conversations as we speak. Today is Tuesday. Naturally, yesterday was one of the last fewer days, but again, we have to go back and cross-reference lists and double check and cross our I's and dot our T's. And I believe that our enrollment will be strong this year. And that's just me being optimistic. Again, when the numbers finally come in, we'll know that for certain. I had a few other things that I really wanted to share with the district. One of the things is that, naturally we've come into the school year going. I'd like to thank all of the teams who have helped us with the transition again. Naturally, people say, oh, you had a transition, you closed 2 schools, see us moved around, K4, we used to be K3, now we're K5, and it's happening, right? But we are in the start of the third week. And that's still a lot. And I would be remiss if I didn't put some thanks out to our teachers for the work that they've done in this work as well, making sure that all of our families and students feel welcome to the spaces that they are now newly occupying throughout our K-8 conversation. As pertains to our high school, again, thank you so much for going door to door and knocking on kids' doors and saying, we're ready for you to come back to school. Those things are very special, and that sometimes they can be missed. And when you say a high school staff went to door and knocked on every kid's door that was participating in our school year, that's just something different. And it goes to show the power of when we decide to come together as an administrative team. Not only that, but as a staff, as a community, as a board, as everything, right? When we come together, there's pretty much nothing that can't be accomplished. And I truly believe that. I truly, truly believe that. It is my job to bring those conversations forward, and when we are doing that. And so again, thank you to everyone who had a lot to do with that conversation as well. My last point from my superintendent's report will really focus on the work that we have yet to, of course, move forward with. We are still a school district that seeks to meet expectations on the state report card. And I wanted to have this conversation in general, not conversation, just start from a superintendent's report, that we know that's part of our strategic plan. And we know that's something that we really want to accomplish. And it is something that we're going to be moving forward with and going towards in our school district. Nothing is off the table as pertains to getting student achievement. And I'm here to say, as the district administrator, not just the district manager, but a servant in this conversation, that again, together, there's nothing that we can't erase from the negative conversations that possibly happens about us as pertains to where we are on a report card. Now, the report card does not dictate who we are. It's a number on that's put together from the state, and we look at it and we have to recognize it. There's a lot of things about being a Purple Knight that's not necessarily captured on a report card, and that also is going to be captured in our strategic plan. And so I just want to make sure I put that into the atmosphere as well. We are moving towards those goals in our strategic plan, and it is my responsibility to make sure I sit here and say that this is our goals. These are the things that we're moving towards. And again, together, there's nothing that we truly can accomplish in that opportunity. And so Board President Levy and the rest of the members of the board, that's my superintendent report.
Any questions from board members?
Yes. So So in terms of like how the year is starting off, like, you know, could we, are there like highlights, you know, how are things going? Like, or, you know, what have you heard in terms of feedback for how the year's gotten started?
This year, I can ask for a better start. You know, when we went back to the K-5 setup, I've heard from so many parents and so many students that this transition for them has been very positive. I have a few principals in the room, and they can contest to the fact that those fifth graders who had to come back to the elementary schools where they used to be, in most cases, were excited to be, again, the big people on campus again, right? You know, and so, you know, being a fifth grader in elementary school comes with some perks. And so, again, a lot of our families were real happy about that transition. And again, the fourth graders who would traditionally went off to the middle school thought, parents are extremely happy to say that their babies went right down the hall, right? And not necessarily to our previous model. As it pertains to our high school, middle school transition opportunities, those have been very well received. You know, I've had board members walk with me in the buildings and in the middle schools, and I can say that they are running very smoothly and efficient. When we merged the conversations, our kids are resilient, and we forget that they are only taking our lead and how we act. And so I will say that we have been very patient with the conversation. We've been very supportive of the conversation. But to be honest with you, the kids are happy. You know, they're back in middle school. They're back in school. They're back in the conversation of what it means to be a 6th, 7th, and 8th grader. And things are moving along. You know, yes, we have middle schools, and naturally there's going to be middle schools things that come up. But as it pertains to how things are going, they're going as well as they possibly can, and I can't ask for a better start. I will touch and address, since you asked, the transportation thought. Naturally, there's a lot of people that we're still getting bus routes corrected. We're still getting new people added to our conversation. We have had an influx of new riders, and so we are consistently working on getting that completed. But as it stands, you know, kids are getting picked up, kids are getting dropped off, and kids are getting dropped off back at home. Picked up to go to school, and then, of course, dropped off to go back home. And so without a hitch. And I would like to thank everybody who has a play in that as well. Am I missing anything from my executive team? Yes. Don't want to forget the BLA conversation. You know, one of the things that we really focused on was not only making the shifts and changes for K3 to K5 to 6-8, you know, that conversation, but we also wanted to make sure that our BLA students had a successful transition as well. And since I've been in the building, I haven't seen as many smiles. I've seen so many smiles from our BLA staff. Just being in a building that has air conditioning is a huge, huge thing. Just having stalls that actually fit high school students is a huge thing. And I know we take some of those things for granted. And our students at BLA, you know, lived in that thought for many years graciously, if I could say. But now they're in a space where things fit, and they got a hallway to go down, and multiple hallways to go down, right? And it's a good feeling for them, and I'm happy for the transition that BLA has had thus far. But that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from board members? So just again, thank you to those central enrollment officers and secretaries. We do say thank you. If you think about students, it's really that principal and secretary of those teams in those buildings as you're serving parents, K through 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, multiple families across the years, and cousins and brothers and sisters. And then the longer you stay in the district, one of the things that Dr. Elsie said to me once when I worked at Blood Memorial, said, Mr. Lee, if you stay, you'll be here longer than anybody. And it's like, all right, Dr. Elsie, what does that mean? But the longer you stay in the district, you're working with families. You're working with one family with multiple children. So that longevity that you have in those positions, it means a lot because these are the same people you see at Walmart, at church, in the community, and people begin to count on you because they know your face, they know your name. And when they're coming to you oftentimes with administrative things and I need this paper signed and is the door open, can you take care of this? You are the people on the front line that do those things. So we're thankful. Even sitting here as a board member, hey, you're one of those board members. It don't matter when you were a board member, but you're one of them. But for you all, you do work that matters, and you are the face of the district. And those feelings that people have, you provide those, you help people be at ease about the things that are happening with their children. So we really do want to say thank you and make sure that you understand that from the board, that we're appreciative of your work. All right. We have, I got to find myself in the agenda. All right. No other questions from board members. All right. So we're now to committee reports. This is also a transition time if you want to get up and leave. Feel free to do so. All right. Got to remember that part. Thank you all. Thank you all. We're on target to be a shorter one, but we don't know. All right. It's okay. Normalize leaving. All right. Committee and other board reports, if needed. All right. Business Operations Finance Committee, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service, Governance Committee, Legislative Update and Policy.
Nothing really new to report, pretty much the same thing that we reported 2 weeks ago after our meeting. So we went over the financials and really the first look at the budget. So that was it. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chady, for all that work.
Well, nice job to Mr. Nichols for chairing your first committee meeting last time. Very cool stuff. So, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee, we looked at and we'll be moving forward in the consent agenda tonight for consideration of approval of the full board, a new course proposal for children's literature. Just to editorialize a little bit, I couldn't be more excited about this proposal. And if you've read the attachment, it's well embedded with the up-to-date standards regarding reading and writing, of course. And it's just a wonderful example of a flexible use of curriculum and understanding the needs of all of our students and the diverse needs of our students to, get them, through different access points to grade level standards in a highly engaging way. I think the proposal of this course speaks very highly to the teamwork that went into this and the vision of Miss Houston and all of those who supported her in bringing this forward. So I'm just really excited to bring this to the full board for approval this evening. And if anybody has additional questions, you can remove it from the consent agenda. Otherwise, that is pretty much it.
The Governance Committee met on August 22nd. We discussed with EUA our long-range facility plan and also conversations about operational referendum planning, which we, I think, advanced at the next meeting, and we'll have some more discussion about that tonight.
For the legislative update, I used my work time between the last two meetings to work on a resolution with Mr. Nichols that we'll be bringing forward later this evening, so I didn't write up a legislative update, but I do have a couple comments to make. The first is just to remind everybody that the state budget surplus is still at $6 billion with $4.8 billion in a spendable account and 1.2, I think it may, no, I'm sorry, 4.2 and then 1.8 is in their rainy day fund. So just like to remind folks that that's where we're at. And because I didn't do a really swell write-up this time, I'm just drawing from a WPR update from today regarding some legislation that's kind of cooking at the state level regarding education. One is, let's see, just a couple of highlights here. There's a proposed bill from, let's see, there's the DPI proposal to create an online dashboard about school district finances. It was initially rejected to have to have private schools that receive public funding participate in the dashboard. But after a lot of struggle back and forth, that was just overturned, I believe, might have been last Tuesday. Did you want to? Wasn't it? It was just like 5 minutes ago, just to hyperbolize a little bit. But if you don't mind me reading a little bit, I just thought this article did a really nice job, and I sent it to Ms. Shope to publicly post, but you can all find it on WPR.org, Wisconsin Private Schools Object. Oh, nope, I'm on the wrong page. There we go. Nope, that's not what I want to look at. Sweeping Democratic education bills to reform voucher school program likely face uphill battle. And so what I thought was of interest and of note to bring up today is there's a set of bills that call for more transparency in the state's private voucher school program and inclusion on property tax bills for transparency for how much the program costs. And the quote from the article that I wanted to highlight, because the bills include raising special education reimbursement from 33.3% to 90%. They would also prohibit discrimination against students with disabilities at voucher schools. For those of you who don't know, in public schools, people ask it's usually a 2/3 reimbursement, which was promised initially at the beginning of the program. We're at about 30% now, which is not anywhere near, of course, the 60+% reimbursement. But private schools actually get up to 90%. And so some legislators at the state level have asked that all public schools endeavor toward a 90% reimbursement rate for special education. So the quote from the article I wanted to highlight is, we must guarantee that disabled students are never discriminated against because of their disability status. State Reps Christina Shelton, Democrat from Green Bay, and Jimmy Anderson, Democrat from Fitchburg, said in a statement, quote, currently voucher schools often use their semi-autonomous standing to violate the civil rights of disabled students by denying their accommodations, excluding them from activities, or even ejecting these students outright. So these bills are being circulated but are not likely to pass. And then further down, I wanted to highlight as well, and then I'll wrap up here. In the last budget cycle, private voucher schools received the largest financial expansion in the program's history. Taxpayer funding for kindergarten through 8th grade private choice schools increased from about $8,400 per student to $9,500 per student, with more promised in subsequent years. Funding for private choice high school students increased from $9,045 to $12,000 per student. And then the State Department of Public Instruction had proposed including private school finances in a public dashboard, but the Republican-controlled Joint Finance Committee rejected the proposal last month after a coalition of conservative groups objected to it. However, as Mr. Chady was just pointing out, on Tuesday, the Joint Finance Committee withdrew its objection, meaning private schools will now be added to the dashboard. So there will be that transparency in terms of funding. So that's something that we'll watch for and highlight on future legislative updates. And lastly, the Senate then last week voted to override the Democratic Governor Tony Evers' budget veto that increased funding to public school districts for the next 400 years. So there's still some ambiguity now in terms of what future per pupil funding will look like for public education. So lots of finance stuff. Thanks for enduring my report.
Policy.
No great details to report, but the policy committee will next meet on Wednesday, October 4th at 5:30 in the boardroom at CAC.
Okay, we're on to 5, our consent agenda. Does anyone have a need to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay.
I do. Could we remove the new course proposal, please?
All right. Is there a motion for with the removal of item A from the consent agenda? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda without item A.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So moved by Board Member Miller, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes unanimously. New course proposal, children's literature. Board Member Levy.
Thank you. I have several questions, but I think they'll all be brief. I'm always excited to see new course offerings for students that's engaged and tailored to them. Just a few questions, though. It wasn't obvious to me, and forgive me if I missed it, when the class is scheduled to begin.
They're coming up to answer your questions, Board Member Levy.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. That is a second semester course offering, term 3, I
Four,
believe.
four.
Term 4,
Don't rush me.
which would be the last term of the school year.
Oh, perfect, this year, okay. And then the next question is kind of like 2 or 3 rolled into one, so I'll rattle it off. Were students and families polled to assess interest in the course? And then the 2 follow-ups on that is, what is our capacity? So how many students can we receive for this course? And do you have kind of a level of interest or an estimate for how many students you believe will enroll?
Well, last year, I did actually talk to quite a few of my students about this course before I took it anywhere else. I have actually spoken to some of their parents at parent-teacher conference, and everybody is really excited. Actually, I had students last year saying, "Why are you doing this next year? I won't be here. Now I can't take it." And they're all really excited that it will be this year so that they can take it. In terms of capacity, I don't know, my enrollment goes anywhere from, 12 to 30, depending on, the enrollment and the day and the year. So I don't really know how to answer that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, and it's kind of linked to my next question. I see that we've allocated, the proposed allocation for curriculum writing is $1,000, and then the dollar per hour and number of hours is there, so thank you for that. But the book allocation is also $1,000. So I'm wondering, how many students are we expecting? Have the books already been picked out? And is $1,000 enough to cover the books for the students that we expect to receive in this course?
Very good question. When I wrote this proposal last January, I didn't really know what to put there. So I talked to Brandy Grady and sort of came up with a number. I hope that it will be enough. It's the first time I've done this class, and so we sort of tried to average. I'm not exactly sure. I don't actually have texts specifically picked for the class yet either, because I wanted to work with the committee to make sure I'm meeting the equity and multicultural needs of the students. So I hope it's enough.
Okay, so I guess my final question is, if in the process of rolling this out, you find that that number is not adequate, and the building principal could speak to this, is there budgeted dollars that we could pull, that you all could pull from that building to cover the cost? I just want to make sure that this course has everything it needs to be successful.
In the past, we've been able to use some Title I money to offset costs for these types of things. So I believe we can help support anything that Ms. Houston might need.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone else with questions for consent agenda item A? Is there a motion for consent agenda item A?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider and seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion passes unanimously. And we're on to 6A, 23-24 preliminary budget.
So I would just like to kick us off, and then, of course, I'll turn it over to Mr. Chady. Over the past few weeks, we've been talking about our preliminary budget and just kind of making sure that we are keeping with a schedule to meet the needs that we have in front of us. One, of course, is the approval of the preliminary budget, and then naturally there's other steps that will follow here in October, leading us to the back end of October to our final budget. And so, Mr. Chady, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Garrison. Thank you to the Board of Education. The opportunity tonight to review with you the 23-24 preliminary budget, quite honestly, the same presentation that you heard 2 weeks ago, so I'll try to address it at a perhaps a little bit higher level. But more importantly, I'd really like to walk through kind of the schedule of events, activities that need to take place between now and the end of October prior to the presentation. So this evening, I'll review again the 23-24 preliminary budget. We'll ask the Board of Education to adopt the preliminary budget, which then will send it to the budget hearing that needs to take place. The budget will need to be published in the Beloit Daily News. 15 days thereafter, we can have the budget hearing. We can schedule the date in advance of the publication in the newspaper, but there is a statutory 15 days minimum between when it appears in the newspaper and when the budget hearing could take place. So that's tentatively scheduled for perhaps Wednesday, October 11th, or Thursday, October 12th, subject to the availability of board members to be present for that. Thereafter, at some point, well, let me back up a little bit. So some of the final pieces of the budget puzzle, quite honestly, the big pieces are yet to be determined. So our third Friday count, which of course takes place or took place last Friday, though we get 2 weeks to kind of do the calculation and submit that to the DPI. So that's due here by September 29th. So on the Tuesday, October 3rd Finance Committee, we'll review what that count was. So that's a very large component of the final budget adjustments that take place. On October 1st, the Department of Revenue certifies the equalization or equalized property valuations for the district. That is a key component in the mill rate computation. And then on October 15th, the Department of Public Instruction will certify the final state equalization aid. So those three items are really yet to be determined, will impact the budget. But after that October 15th, I know we've got a regular meeting scheduled for Tuesday, October 17th. It is likely that sometime during the week thereafter, there will be a need for a special meeting for the board to adopt the final budget and establish the tax levy that would be forwarded to the municipality. So that's kind of the big picture of what's to come. But we'll turn our attention now to the 23-24 preliminary budget. And again, the same presentation that we mentioned, so I'll kind of address it perhaps at a bit higher level. The preliminary budget entails a number of assumptions because we just don't have all the values in the data. So we have a presumed number of membership included in the budget, 6,216 resident students, though we'll know what that actual number is here in about a week and a half. We did include the $325 increase in the state per pupil funding as permitted through the biennial budget. So that is built into the preliminary budget. What's missing is that increase to the $11,000 per pupil low revenue limit ceiling. So because of the April 23 operational referendum being unsuccessful, we're unable to fully take advantage of that $11,000 at present. Also built into the budgets, we're using hopefully the remaining $12 million in ESSER funds to basically subsidize general operational purposes, state aids being reduced, salary adjustments yet to be determined. We have pending negotiations with the BEA. Again, a large piece of the budget. We do have a value built into the budget, but we'll kind of withhold that at the present. We also had health plan savings, et cetera. And then finally, increase in costs to support those students that are seeking educational opportunities outside of the school district of Beloit, either through open enrollment or independent charter schools. Budget strategies, reducing staffing, some reconfiguration savings. We've made reductions in some department and school level budgets. And then again, the revenues is largely driven by that almost $12 million of remaining ESSER 3 funding. The revenue limit calculation, I kind of went through this very detailed a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure that we need to go through it at that level of detail again. The key thing that I would leave with the board is that revenue limit authority there in the middle talks about $67,534,767. Even though this includes the $325 increase per student, our revenue limit authority here for the 23-24 school year will be less than we received in the 22-23 school year. Revenue limit membership, we've spoken about this, the decline in membership Perhaps the board had the opportunity to read an article in the Wisconsin School News that talked about declining enrollment statewide, and I think that that somewhat speaks to some of those declines. The revenue limit tax levy, the general aid, the key component here, if you look at the pictorial on the bottom, is that the revenue limit establishes the total amount that we can generate from local property taxes or state aid, or, and a combined state aid, roughly $67.5 million. From that, we reduce out the state equalization aid and other high poverty aid, essentially $60,800,000, and that then equates out to the allowable limited tax levy, so the amount that we can actually place on the property tax to help pay for the school district operations here in the 23-24 school year. So at present, that value would be just under $5.6 million for general fund purposes and just under $1 million for Fund 38, our debt levy for debt service that was not approved by a referendum. Our revenue sources are exhibited here, and again, pointing out that our state support approaches 74%, and when you add in the federal support, we're approaching 93, 94% there. So the vast majority of the revenues that come into the school district of Beloit come from state equalization aid and other state aids and or federal sources. Very limited, 5.25% of the budget is currently forecast to come from the local property taxpayers. A pie chart that indicates the source of revenues by responsibility. You can see state support, 74%, federal support, 18%, and then local support, just over 6%. Do the same for special education. This one's a little bit different because the vast majority of revenue that supports our special education fund expenses is a result of a transfer from the general fund. So you see currently state support's forecast to be just over 30%, and then federal support just under 14%. Grab my water. So expenses by object are listed here as well. Salaries and benefits are the two largest drivers of our expenses within the district are listed there. The next being purchase services. That can go anywhere from transportation to legal expenses to contracted technology, utilities as well fall in there. So total overall, $111,900,000 in expenses for operations. Also presented here is expenses by function area, which kind of spells out how the money is being utilized. I always like to refer to the function code in our account code as really the who, what department is utilizing those funds and how are those funds being applied. So you can see instruction is listed there, 55, 56, 57%. Administration, just over 6.5%. That facilities, transportation, business services, 15.7%. And down the line, just important to point out, the last three rows all refer to the payment of instructional for School District of Beloit residents that are attending educational opportunities outside of the School District of Beloit, either with another public institution or at a private school or a local charter school. And then a pie chart, again, that breaks out those expenditure areas by percentage. The board's well familiar with this. You could probably speak to this as much as or better than I can. The fund balance over time, and you can see the values that are there. The 22-23 budget, we're estimating a deficit there of just over $2 million. That audit is still in process. Quite honestly, I do anticipate that number will increase marginally Not quite sure to what extent that'll end up. But more importantly, we're looking at, the continued decline in our fund balance to the point where, we're looking at less than 8% of our fund balance being available for us with the current 23-24 budget. So continued use of fund balance over time, not necessarily a good thing. The board has policy that speaks to, I think, 14% being the low, if I recall correctly, 18% being the target, 25% being the top end, and we're certainly far from all of those opportunities currently. The tax levy impact, again, this tax levy impact, I think it's important for us to look at. I don't put a lot of money on it at present because we don't know yet what the certified property valuation will be from the Department of Revenue. And then we also don't know what the final revenue limit calculation will be. But this is a projection, so to speak. Again, a number of years in that $10+ range. This most recent year, 4.77, I actually think it was 4.78, but it could be right in there with the rounding. And next year currently forecast to be around $2.45. Of course, all of that, what we just spoke about is really in regards to Fund 10, our General Operation Fund, and Fund 27, our Special Education Fund. There are a number of other funds listed on the left-hand column that support various things. Our debt service funds, 38 and 39, help pay for the debt that the district has acquired through the years for various purposes, i.e. the construction, remodeling from 2012, I believe. Community Service Fund is on there as well to support those programming opportunities that the district provides that are open to the community as a whole. So again, this chart, you can look at the beginning balance, and then again, if you take a look at the far right, the ending balance, and kind of compare the values, you could see obviously the amount of revenues and expenses that come in, and probably the best example is the Food Service Fund, Fund 50, where we're providing meals to students on a daily basis. So there's lots of revenues and expenses that are entailed in those activities. The budget final work, we talked a lot about this. The final student counts are currently in process. We hope to have that done here within the next week or perhaps a bit more. Thereafter, it provides us the opportunity to review our current staffing. Certified state equalization aid comes on the 15th. At that point in time, we'll be able to compute the final state revenue limit. And then we'll know what the figures are for our charter schools and private school voucher payments also. So that then provides us the opportunity to kind of wrap up, to put a bow on the 23-24 budget. And then we'll need to bring that back to the board for final approval here the end of October by approving the original budget, certifying that tax levy. That has to be performed by November 1st. And then the certification documents need to be delivered to the municipalities by November 6th. Budget publication, again, getting that printed. We had in there originally the no later than October 10th. I think it's going to take us a little bit more time to get the budget publication format completed. Our target's to get that to the Beloit Daily News on Thursday of this week, which would permit them to have it published on Monday of next week. And then we can schedule the 15 days thereafter for the budget hearing, again, looking at October 11th or 12th, perhaps. With that, I'll pause and answer questions.
First of all, let me just jump in real quick for questions come. Board members, we also, as we kind of work through the budget naturally, we know there's going to be questions. That's why this is a preliminary budget. We know that once we get to later in the conversation, it gets closer and closer to exactly what it's going to look like. Again, thank you to Mr. Chady and, of course, the department for working with me to put this together. We do spend a lot of times looking at money and looking at, where we're going to get the money from. Here's where we are. I truly believe that, naturally with the people that we have in place, we'll continue to work on figuring things out. But as it stands, this is our preliminary budget. and I'll turn it back over to the board for questions.
And so just want to begin to take questions from board members. We'll start with Board Member Levy. See your hand.
Thank you. Just one question. Mr. Shady, thank you for the presentation again. Could you explain to us what happens to a district when your fund balance hits zero?
Sure, great question. So before we talk about when the fund balance hits zero, let's back up a little bit, because there are things that will occur prior to us essentially exhausting our fund balance. And a good example of that would be that it is my anticipation that the district will likely have to short-term borrow here in the 23-24 school year in order for us to meet our day-to-day obligations of paying our staff through payroll and or paying our vendors. I actually have a meeting with our financial institution, Blackhawk Bank, Thursday morning, afternoon, doesn't really matter, Thursday, to discuss what's necessary from their perspective to secure that line of credit and the paperwork that we need to do. So that too will be coming before the Finance Committee on October 3rd is the timeline that we're looking at there, and then to the full board later in the month. So coming back to your question, Ms. Levy, one, when we need to short-term borrow, we're essentially taking out a loan with a financial institution, and we're then incurring interest expense, which is our effort to try to avoid, right? I mean, if we're paying money to somebody to use their money, that's not good. Going the next step is, as we continue to draw upon and consume our fund balance, there could very well be a point in time where the district runs out of fund balance and has no money there. And the best way to explain that and to put it in simple terms that people will understand is the district essentially becomes bankrupt. We have no funds, we have expenses, obligations, but we have no money to pay for it. I hope to help us prevent that, and I certainly don't want to be here if that were to occur. But hopefully that cuts to the chase and answers your question then.
Almost. I'm going to push you a little bit. What happens when our fund balance is depleted? And I know you said you don't want to be here for that.
I was going to ask, excuse me, Board Member Levy.
What does that look like?
I was going to ask Mr. Chady, when would you be leaving? When will we know that, hey, Bob left?
Trust me, I'll let you know that the problems are in the horizon.
That thought real quick.
Yeah.
What'll happen is naturally the state then looks at us a little bit differently as well. Not being able to pay your bills, the state then has conversations around, what are we doing financially? We're far from a conversation around a takeover because we are not that district where that's going to happen. School District Beloit is here, and we're here to stay. And so we have to work through this conversation as accordingly. But again, answer your question, Board Member Levy, naturally the state then starts looking at us as pertains to not being a financially stable school district. And then they start asking us additional questions around what we're going to do to become more financially stable. Additionally, other banks will, again, like any bank, will stop loaning to you. And you don't want that to ever happen because, again, we have bills to pay. Naturally, we got teachers that are in classrooms teaching, and again, not being able to pay your teachers could create additional conversations as it pertains to school pause and all that extra stuff that, again, that's not the direction we're going in. And I know Mr. Chady mentioned, he's not going to be here, but we all are in this to make it right and to get it right. The statement is really centered around we're going to do what we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen.
Exactly. The other thing that came to my mind as well is, the continued utilization and depletion of fund balance. Lenders look at that as well, right? So it doesn't matter if we're looking to borrow our line of credit or if we're looking to borrow money for school improvements, lenders look at that, and when they see the continued decline, guess what happens with interest rates? Their risk goes up too, right? So how do they compensate for their risk? they increase your rate if they're comfortable with providing that line of credit or lending to you. So, yeah, that's a challenge. A couple of other things, just real quick, a couple of districts come to mind, and some of you may have been around long enough or connected to public education, but if you think about the Palmyra Eagles School District and the challenges that they had 4 or so years ago, memory serving me correctly, some financial challenges. They were looking at perhaps detaching, closing the district, and then attaching to neighboring districts. And then going back maybe 6 to 8 years ago, I believe it was the Florence School District that was in a more dire position than the school district of Beloit is currently. And the state had to come in and help them with correcting some of their financial challenges as well. So we're a ways from that, and I don't want us to go there.
Board Member Levy, I did step on your question. Just want to make sure you had a chance to ask that fully. Did you get all things answered, or I just really wanted to know what the warning signs would be. But so did you get all your questions answered?
I appreciate you circling back and getting clarification, Board President Levy, so thank you so much for that. I don't want to have a Chicken Little moment that the sky is falling, but we are closer to 0 than we are 25, and I would just encourage the rest of my colleagues to make decisions that are in line with getting us closer to 25 than to 0. That's all. Thank you.
Other board members with questions?
Yes, I just had a clarifying question. I'm looking at, I think it's slide 12. Let me pull it up. It's the one with the pie chart that says expenditures by function, funds 10 and funds 27. I just want to make sure, am I reading this correctly, that about 21% of that pie chart is funds going to private school vouchers, charter school payments, and other open enrollment? This one.
Not sure that it's quite that high, but it is significant. If we look at the expenses by function and we look at those last 3 rows, 15, 16, 17-ish percent.
Okay, yeah, well, on the pie chart, that's why I want to make sure I'm reading this right. It looks like 9.2 plus 6.5. Am I looking at that correctly? Then plus another 6 is like 21.7%.
So it looks to me to be the 9.2, 1.7, and 6%.
I was looking at the wrong green. Okay, that makes me feel like slightly better, but it's still, that's an extremely high chunk of that pie chart, and I realize that's only reflective of 2 of our funds. But the reason that I want to point that, first of all, I wanted to make sure I was reading right, so thank you. Secondly, it's popular to say, and I agree with this statement, that what we budget for is really like what the strategic plan, so somebody just said that to me the other day, and I think I might have Mr. Nichols actually and I are having a conversation, but this is something that comes up a lot, right? Whether you're talking about like politics or your local school district, how you spend your money is a reflective of what your real priorities are. And unfortunately for our school district, we don't have a choice in where these dollars are going. And I want to make that point because as we're considering the next 2 agenda items about how we fund and finance academic growth and children in our community, we're bound not only by statutes and regulations, we're bound by the fact that the state has decided that, like you said, it's about 15%-ish in there. About 15% of our largest funds that are intended to go directly to the instruction of children cannot go there. Like, it's being dictated to us that we cannot spend those dollars on kids in our own community who have needs. And I think all of us on this board would agree that our number 1 priority is raising that academic achievement, right? Which is like what we've all been elected. We've all been elected to sit here and help direct a vision for the school district to increase academic growth and do what's best for our kids and meet their needs. And unfortunately, we're not even allowed as a school board to allocate those funds in a way that is reflective of those values, right? And so I want to point that out because it's easy to kind of make a comment, and you can, actually, I agree with that sentence, generally speaking, look at where the money's going, there's your priorities. We're not even allowed to allocate all of the funds that we supposedly have to the priorities that we have in our district, which is, again, academic growth for our kids. So thanks for hashing that through with me, and I hope that we're able to communicate that effectively to our community, essentially. We're trying to be good stewards of our funds, and we're being told by the state that we cannot spend our funds the way that we want to.
Other board members, questions?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Mr. Shady, thank you for the presentation. I think that we've talked, a lot of work goes into doing a budget, so I appreciate that. And we talk about the revenues and expenses, and I think we have such little control over the revenues, right? We talk about it, but, that so much of that it's just dictated to us, other than our option of potential referendum, which we'll talk about later tonight. So when I say, the focus is on expenses, we've also had the discussion going back to our last referendum attempt was, look, we can't cut our way out of the problem, right? But I think to focus on the expenses makes sense, because to focus on revenues doesn't really get us anywhere, because we have so few decisions to make there. And I think that the budget that gets presented, whether it's to the paper, public in general, to the board, there needs to be enough transparency, because I think there's going to be a direct correlation between the granularity and transparency in the budget that we present and the success of any potential referendum that we may go for. And so this is a very high-level preliminary budget. When do we start to see the more granular aspects, the year over year? Here's what we spent last year on this. Here's what we're budgeting this year. We have this many less students, or, just that kind of granularity, so that when the public comes to us, because we may make an ask to the public, that we have, that arrow in our quiver to put that information out there in a positive way, and point back to the strategic plan and say, well, yep, here's the budget, but here's where our goal is to get to, right? And so I think that's got to be the message to it. And if you can talk about when do we get to that point?
Yeah. So a couple of things. One, the year-over-year comparison. Part of the document that we have to send to the Beloit Daily News for publications will list high-level expenditures by function on the left-hand side. It then lists let me get my years right, 21-22 actual. It'll list the 22-23 unaudited expenses, and then the 23-24 budget expenses. So it essentially provides kind of a 3-year snapshot of where those expenses are occurring. So that'll provide that year over year. Looking for the greater detail, I think that you and perhaps other board members are searching for as well. Typically, during the budget hearing, or a budget book is produced, and we're beginning that work within the business office now to, one, look at what the district has used for budget books in the past, what my experience has been, what Stephanie Elwood, our Director of Finance, experience has been in Green Bay, and Howard Swamico, and trying to pull the best practices from those documents that we can into incorporating something that's a bit more stronger and more robust for us locally. So that document should be available mid to late next week, in advance of the budget hearing, which would be scheduled here in the mid part of October. So
it's a lot that goes into, building out a budget that not only you want to see as a board, right, but also what a community wants to see. And there's a level of functionality that the board has to operate from, and a level of granularity that we have to also consider. In my experience, and I'm just gonna, keep it very brief. In my experience, too much is too much, because then it's, man, well, what is all this, right? But then too little is too little.
Right.
Then it's like, okay, well, that's not enough. And so we have to still find what's been a good recipe for the school district of Beloit, But in my experience, that level of functionality is where the board is supposed to operate from. And then, of course, we bring in some of those granular details to provide a better context as it pertains to where our budget is and how we're going to actually move forward and making some changes. And so you're right to ask the question. It is our job to try to bring, like Mr. Chady mentioned, and like I'm saying now, a level of granularity to the conversation, but also allow the board to remain in the functionality of the conversation to move, these conversations forward.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and that's I appreciate the different areas of expertise that you try to keep the board at a certain level or whatever. But I'll tell you, too much is too much, too little is too little. I absolutely appreciate that. I can tell you if I'm talking to my neighbor, you can say, hey, we spent $12 million on this function. That is not meaningful, right? And so we have to have enough so that we can have the conversations, whether it's board members having conversations, staff having conversations, you're going to have a lot of conversations, So I mean, I just want to express that. I guess your job is to find the sweet spot for each of your different audiences, right? So.
Other board members, questions?
I have a question on the slide that's titled Tax Levy Impact. So in the 2018-2019 school year, the mill rate was 11.73, and this year's projected mill rate, is that correct, is 2.45?
You're correct in reading it in that fashion, yes.
Okay, so that's a difference of 9.28. So for a $100,000 home and below median house value is roughly 144, 150, somewhere in there, depending on who you speak to. But if you have a $100,000 home, so that's a tax difference of over $900. So if we had the mill rate that they had back in 2018, 2019, and considering all of the inflation and increase in cost, and it's it's kind of mind-boggling to me.
I would say that, if we were able to continue that $10-ish mill rate through the last few years, the district would be in a much different financial position that we are in currently. That would have been very advantageous for the district, yes.
Okay, so and correct me if I'm wrong in my thinking on this. So if somebody has a $100,000 home, and I know there's fluctuations year to year on values and whatnot, but just roughly, so a person's taxes for a $100,000 home contributed by the school district of Beloit has decreased roughly $900.
Yes.
And yet I can't find somebody who's in need of a home that can find affordable housing. In fact, according to the GBEDC, the Greater Beloit Economic Development Corporation, I think, over 45% of housings are cost burden, or they're paying 30% or more going towards housing costs. And of that, 20% is above 50%. And so I'm concerned about what people of Beloit can afford, but I'm also wondering for the people who are property owners, which I'm one myself, who have rental units, what are you doing with the extra $900? Thanks.
Yep.
Well, I can, again, I've always stated this, it is our job to educate the students that come to the school district of Beloit with what we are provided. And we will continue to do that as a school district. But it does come to a point where we will need help. And, right now, as you can tell, $2.45, and that could be lower, just food for
Or
thought.
higher.
Yeah, or higher, by a couple of cents. It's one of those things where we go from $4.77, $4.78 to $2 or lower. And this is just these are bigger conversations that not only the school district are having to deal with, but also our city will also have to take up at some point as well. It does cost to educate our kids, and it does cost for anybody to send their kids to our schools, as it would be anywhere. And so I just want to make sure that we note that, again, it is still our responsibility to educate all our kids with whatever we have, but there will come a point where we will have to ask for additional support in that conversation. I believe Board President Mrs. Levy has her hand up. Sorry.
Board Member Levy, I see your hand. Just checking. Anybody else in the room have any other comments or questions? Okay, Board Member Levy.
Really quickly, Mr. Shady, is it accurate, am I understanding this correctly, with our drop from 1010 to 477 was because there was an investment in debt prepayment, and so that portion of the equation that makes up your mill rate, we were no longer able to access, which is good because we were prepaying debt, which saved us interest, but the only way to keep that mill rate from crashing from 10 to 4.77 to $2.45 would have been if the referendum passed. So in theory, had that referendum passed, we could have gone back up close to that $10 mill rate. So people would just go back to what they were normally paying, but the benefit to the school would have been extra source of funding for all of the things that we laid out in the referendum, and also the opportunity to replenish our fund balance. Am I understanding that correctly?
Pretty close, but hopefully I can provide some clarity to that for you and the board and the public as well. So the reduction in the mill rate from 1010 in the 21-22 school year to 477, 478 in the 22-23 school year, that $4.77 value included the collection of additional debt service funds to then use to prepay our Fund 39 debt. So those funds were essentially collected early, thereby bolstering the mill rate to 477 from what would have been a lesser value. That prepayment of the debt has not yet occurred. I actually have a meeting with Baird tomorrow afternoon, and we'll be talking about the timing of that prepayment and that debt defeasance. So we'll likely be coming back to the school board here within the next, 2 to 4 months probably in regards to that. If the April of 23 referendums, plural, would have passed, the mill rate in the 23-24 school year should have been or would have been approximately $4.77. So it would have stabilized the mill rate at that 477 level, perhaps a slight uptick, but I believe I recall it remaining fairly stable. So I think, your points or your questions were good, but hopefully that clarity helps answer that and provide more updated information to you in the public.
No, that was helpful. So is there another way to get our mill rate back up to not even the $10, but the $5 absent a referendum?
We would have to, naturally the board have to decide whether or not we're going to go to operational referendum, and that'll come with a overall, what would, right now, it'll come with the request it will come with a higher request to get us to that number, if that makes any sense. And so last year we were at, let's just say $24 million to keep us at $4.78. Now we've dropped below that number to $2.45. So we would have to ask for even more possibly to get us back up to $4.78. Or if we want to go higher than that, even more money to get us up to the $5 or to the state average, which is around $7.70. And so it's really the flavor of which the public would have to get behind and approving for us to get to 477 and or higher than that to $5 as you just mentioned, or higher than that to 770, it'll come into, multiple millions of dollars.
Yeah, the two largest factors that influence the mill rate are going to be one, the total equalized property valuation of the district. So if equalized property valuation increases, generally that helps reduce the mill rate component. And then two would be the revenue limit computation, how much state aid you get, and then really how much then can go towards the local property tax base. As part of that revenue limit calculation would be operational referendum considerations, and if the district were successful, that then would be built into the revenue limit calculation and then help to increase the mill rate. So lots of factors at play.
Board Member Miller.
Thank you. All right, couple of things, and I'm just going to make a forest through the trees comment quickly here. So the people who have decided to systematically defund education from all the children in this community and every community in Wisconsin are all of the state lawmakers who have voted on budget after budget over the past several years to systematically defund public education. And if you look, and I can share the document out at another time, but there's a document that was produced like 2 years ago at the state level that shows how for the last 16 years, so the kids who are graduating have never attended a fully funded public education entity in the entire state of Wisconsin. And when I say that, I mean it's been systematically underfunded per, and I'm going to make sure I say this correctly, according to the rate of inflation. So you can see like $1 per dollar per pupil decrease up against the rate of inflation for the last 16 years. So that's the entire state. That's not just Beloit. That's all of the children in Wisconsin. Okay, so that's what we're working with. So the point that I want to make here is Board Member Johnson hit the nail right on the head. People are struggling with housing. Everybody's struggling in all of these ways. And it works to the advantage of whomever, for whatever reason, is interested in watching the failure of public schools. And I'll just say that something, just to editorialize a little bit, something that we just don't hear people talk about anymore is the common good. And all of us are on this board. All of us ran for this position because we care, despite whatever our own politics or specific interests are, because we care about the common good of our community and in whichever way we get there. And money is a mechanism to impact and to affect that common good. So of course it's important to have this discussion. So if I go back to my notes here, we're still in a state that has a $6 billion budget surplus, and we're asking our property taxpayers to argue. We're fighting over scraps for people who can barely afford it, by design. Not because anybody in this room has erred in any significant or substantive way, although nobody is perfect, right? And of course, every action hasn't been 100%, everybody, hindsight 2020, right? But the point is that by design, we're asking local property taxpayers to be leaner in a situation where the state has $6 billion sitting in a surplus after 16 consecutive years of underfunding public schools. So that's like the whole picture. So I need to say that, and I hope with our administration and in our communication and however we decide to move forward, whether or not we vote to go to referendum or whenever it occurs, that has to be clearly messaged that we're all in this community on the same team. All of us in Beloit benefit in a common good way from having children, wherever they go to school locally, to have a fully funded school that can meet their needs. Hard stop. All right, now I did have two, originally when I wanted to speak, I had two questions. Board Member Anderson, I loved everything that you had to say, and I want to add on to that. One thing that I think would be really important in terms of when we figuring out what's too much and what's too little, something I hear a lot from people is if we could identify not just like the funds that we're spending, but like the extent to which some of these, what are we spending out of which fund that came from ESSER? ESSER is a popular concern that people have. It's gotten a lot of, media publicity, and I think people are right to ask those questions and be concerned. And I think that very much to Board Member Anderson's point, we have an opportunity to garner a lot of trust by being very transparent about like what is the composition of these funds, like what comes. You've got this beautiful pie chart about like the percentages about state allocation. So if we could say like when we spend these Fund 27 dollars, like this percent of Fund 27 comes from these sources, I think that just helps build understanding for people. So people have like more access points to understand like what this budget is, because to Dr. Garrison's point, it's like a whole lot of stuff. So if we could talk specifically about that. And then the other thing too is if we could, and you probably are already going to do this, but if we could just to the best of our ability, very visually and clearly align like just those generalized expenditures at least to the strategic plan. Like, right, like this is like, here's all of our Fund 27, like special ed stuff, and like here's how like this, and this expenditure are like priorities 1 through 4. You know what I'm saying? Just something that's like, so people can kind of draw those lines. Because I don't think it's about having everybody in the community like be totally fluent in like the whole budget. I think it's more just about people having access, like if they have specific, concerns. So I just wanted to elevate that comment, and those were the thoughts that came to mind while he was speaking. Cool, thanks.
So I had a couple, and I'll try to move us on, but just, you said that this school year, the 22-23 year budget is looking at about $2.1 million deficit. Just a recap of what was the beginning projected deficit for this school year, the last one?
For the 22-23 budget?
Right.
Okay. Memory serving me correctly, I believe at kind of the budget building onset, I think it was like around 10 million. I believe at the time of the budget hearing in October of last year, I think it was at 4.4 million. And I anticipate that the district will end the 22-23 school year with a deficit of probably around 2.4 million.
Okay. So just in that, went from 10 million projected deficit to 4.4 million, and where we might actually come out with our audited funds, we got it down to, you said 3.4 or?
2.4.
To 2.4.
Yep.
So we made adjustments so that we didn't have the potential complete negative outcome. We also put questions on the ballot to address what we see. The voters had an opportunity to vote yes or no with the information that was available. And we had time for people to say no, which is what happened. So now we come into this school year, the budget begins with a projected $4 million deficit.
Going back 8 weeks or so, I would say the budget deficit was in the $4 million range, yes.
Okay, so we're going to project it to be 4 million short. We currently have about 7.6 million in the fund balance.
That would be at the end of the 23-24 school year, yeah.
All right. So if we don't make any adjustments and we have to take that from the, well, first of all, before we get to that, we're also going to need to short-term borrow this year. That's the projection. And so if we don't make any adjustments and we just have to use fund balance to cover the negative difference, we would end the year at about 3.6 million. So between 0 and us, 3.6 million. And then the budget for the 24-25 school year projected deficit is around 12 million. Is the number you've given us before?
Yeah, so keeping in mind that the 23-24 budget has embedded in it about $12 million worth of ESSER 3 funding to support our operational needs. About $4 million of that is tied to the HVAC work underway at Beloit Memorial, but that means $8 million of it is essentially recurring expenses. So right away, we're looking at an $8 million hole in the 24-25 school year.
$8 million hole with only 3.6 million possibly in the fund balance to cover it. So again, we will have conversations about operational referendum and action in April 2024 or action in November 2024 for action in both of them. Because if you don't have any money, you can't have a school. So again, the information will be presented to voters, and you'll have a choice. Do you want to have school or not? And this time you have less time because you're closer to zero now than you were before. So going to our strategic plan, objective A is a stabilized budget. That's why we asked for the money when we asked for it, so we could stabilize budget. Because at that time, we didn't know what the state would do, but we knew that if we asked, and there's a possibility that people say yes, possibility people say no, but is this an act that will stabilize our budget? The School District of Beloit will build and present a stable budget while supporting the goals, effectiveness, and longevity of the district. Longevity of the district. So a question I would have asked at other budgets in the last 2 years is, what if, as you present the 2023-24 preliminary budget, and you're telling me on September 19th that it's going to be $4 million short. If we said that's not acceptable, give us a budget where we come in at $0 of deficit. Because in the last two budgets, that didn't happen for whatever those deficit numbers were. Just, I know there's some things that need to happen, but just kind of explain that scenario. If this is unacceptable, we can't be 4 million short because we don't have it. Bring us closer to zero.
So one of the things that we would have to take a look at is, again, in the areas of where we spend the most money, which will be in our staffing. Naturally, there's a third Friday count that comes with this conversation, and not to bank everything on just third Friday count, but it is a very important number that we are having to look at. Unfortunately, again, with the state budget that was not in our favor due to the unsuccessful referenda, even if we had an increase in students, we wouldn't necessarily be able to see some of those additional funds because of how the current budget was given to us from the state. So we would have to look at an area of staffing cuts if we were to bring you additional $4 million and to bring it closer to zero. Now, in our current budget, we also have already projected to hold certain positions already. We're already holding at least 35 positions in this current budget. Now, we currently have about 70 or so positions of still open in our school district in various places throughout our school district. That would mean that we would have to go even higher into that conversation. Whenever you're starting to have more of those conversations, what happens is services to students, and then naturally you add more burden on to the people who are already doing the work. And we start creating that domino effect. Now, what I had to do was build that 35 number in there to keep us from saying $6 million in the hole, as an example. And so it is our responsibility. It is some things that we have to continuously look at, but that's just in one area. Additionally, we have to start looking at our contracted services as well. Some certain services that we provide are contracted out, and there may have to be cuts in that area as well. We did see some significant changes in our insurance for the better, and so I'm not sure if we can get additional cuts there because we are, seeing some favorable numbers there. We also, in last year's budget, we had to look at possibly, creating a package for more retirements. But if we were to get to that, we have to look at furlough and days as a possibility as well. There's a lot of different things, and my caveat that we would have to possibly take a look at. But when you're talking about furlough and days, now you're talking about students not being in school. Now you're talking about people not getting paid. And again, you asked the question, so I'm gonna give you the response.
That's why I asked it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, but those
Right.
are the things that we would have to, and I always say that because if you ask the question, I'm gonna respond.
Well, I asked the
Those
question.
are things
right.
that we'll have to take a look at, and those are some heavy
Because those are,
stresses.
right,
on
those
the
are some of the questions that different citizens, community members ask. Well, don't accept a negative budget. Okay, so what does that look like? Maybe not 180 days of instruction for students, one of the things you said.
Correct.
Right,
Because we would have to start looking at ways in which we would have to make cuts across the board.
right.
Like, nothing is off the table when we start having that type of conversation. It's just like any other business, right? You know, you start looking at all different types of ways and to possibly, you know, save whatever funds you have.
Right, and so,
But it's not gonna, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Board
yeah,
President
you
Levy.
got it.
But it's not going to replenish fund balance. You know, it's not, there's still things that we would still have to ask for support to get that number back up to 14%. And we've already stated, we can't go to 14%. We really need to be at 18%. That keeps us somewhere in the middle, which gives us somewhat of a cushion. But our policy gives us, and parliamentarian, you can correct me, I thought it was 24%. I know you mentioned 25 earlier, Mr. Chady. So
the policy says it's a goal,
it's a
so that
goal,
we
correct.
avoid short-term borrowing.
That's correct.
So, I mean, those things are there. As far as the projected budget, I'm in that space of, like I said, just kind of make things real simple for people to understand how much money we have, when the money we have would run out. And, you know, I heard you clearly say that, well, there's some other things that are in there, because if I didn't do that, it would have been negative $6 million. So that would be like, almost you got not 1 year in you, this would be the last year. So when there's other things that you plan to do to help us come in not at $4 million, but to end up at 0, which doesn't increase the fund balance, just make sure that we come in at 0. So our 7.6 would still be there again. That would mean a drastic change to school this year and the experience that our students would have and our workers.
There are certain positions that I have to still hire for. And those positions are, you know, of course, in the special education world where we are, you know, not necessarily bound by law, but we're bound by law to have certain
provide
services,
those,
to
right.
provide those services. Now, I can be honest, and then again, I'm never not being honest. You know, I will be having additional conversations around the current positions that we currently have open still, holding those positions as well, to bring us closer to, you know, not necessarily $4 million, but it'll still bring us down to probably $2 million. Because this is the preliminary budget. As we work through not having to, you know, not hire people, but it is some of the things that I will have to start taking a look at. If we're going to go deeper into those cuts, it'll have to look at other options. Because even if I didn't hire that whole 77 or 70 some odd people, we would still have conversations around we need funds. I'm not sure if it's going to cover the $4+ million to bring you a 0 budget.
Okay. So those are the only questions and comments that I have. I'm ready to move to the next space because I think it's clear where we're at. So we'll take that as a discussion. You will be presenting to us numbers. And we'll look at those numbers and,
Again,
and have conversations. 2324 resolution to support a referendum.
Oh, we have to approve the preliminary budget to move it to
the paper.
To the paper, correct. To the budget hearing, thank you.
I move that we adopt the preliminary budget as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion of our preliminary budget with a projected $4 million deficit? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. All those opposed signify by saying nay.
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 Okay. So that's 5-2. The preliminary budget with a negative $4 million deficit projected is moved forward. We'll have more opportunity to discuss that as it goes forward. Resolution to support a referendum.
So, hey, so at governance committee meeting, we had a conversation about just generally speaking about the referendum. And one of the ideas that came out of that meeting back in August was for the board to put together some resolution language around why, kind of like what our why is, kind of collectively, and to create a unified vision, because again, we're in our lane is to sort of direct vision for the school district. So given that, Board President Levy, you've already sort of talked about, the strategic plan, and the stabilizing budget is priority number 5, is what I was reading in our packet there. And underneath that strategy is around kind of a structurally balanced operating budget. And we just heard this exhaustive presentation about how it's necessary to increase those revenues in order for us to stabilize our budget. So after we talked about this at our last meeting, I had already sort of volunteered to write some language around that to bring this evening. So I reached out to Board Member Nichols. He had asked a lot of really good questions at the last meeting. We're not on a committee together, so it was like easy for us to kind of chat through. And the two of us sat down. The earliest we were able to meet was yesterday morning, and so I'm so sorry that we weren't able to post something for Friday. But the language that we came up with for the resolution that's been posted is an outcome of the conversations that we rehashed through kind of representative of what we understood the board to say at our last meeting, along with some information that Dr. Garrison and his team were kind enough to provide for us. And so, and I guess just kind of my last thoughts here is, as we're looking through what this resolution language says, it's very broad and general and really just serves to kind of iterate the point that our budget is a mechanism by which we carry out, the work of growing our children's academic achievement. And I think something that's central and something that I'm very proud that Board Member Nichols was very adamant about including was the language around the community engagement. So let me just open this up really quick. The very first point there, as I'm sure everybody read prior to the meeting, is whereas the Board of Education believes that building understanding through community listening sessions is the most effective and ethical way to pass a referendum. And then it goes on to delineate, these are the benefits, kind of like what are the direct services to students in the district as a whole that would be the outcome of passing an operational referendum. The next point delineates the consequences that we're currently suffering through, essentially, having failed or previously not passed the April 2023 referendum, but also what we hope to avoid in the future. Board President Levy just alluded to, if we were to pass a balanced budget right now, at what cost? And so since we're running out of fund balance, we want to make sure that we can provide the most minimal impact in terms of meeting the needs of our students, which is really just like the whole focus of having a school district. So the language at the end there resolves to the board requesting that the administration prepare an operational referendum, which is further down on the agenda, along with an appropriate schedule of community engagement opportunities and listening sessions, because Board Member Nichols and I both felt that we really need to establish that transparency, that trust, and that sense of togetherness and unity, not only amongst the board, but with our whole community, so that we truly can come together on that common good purpose of bringing public education to our children. So does anybody have any questions or concerns around the language?
Anybody? So I'll start. So
I think Board Member Levy has her hand up.
Good, Board Member
Thank you.
Levy.
I don't have a question or a concern. I just wanted to thank Board Member Miller and Board Member Nichols for joining forces to work on this, and I'm excited to see how we move forward.
Thank you, Board Member Levy.
Yeah, okay, I have a couple questions. What I'm just saying, so like in the first whereas, we'll have listening sessions as a way to pass a referendum?
I'm sorry.
That's, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just,
so the idea was,
explain to people what our situation is.
Well, and I think it's also important to engage with people about like what are their
Hear their feedback.
concerns, what are their concerns and current understandings, so that we can align.
A concern and current understanding is you continue to pass deficit budgets.
Right. Well, and I think very much to
So
that.
why should we bail you out?
Sure. Well, and that's the conversation that we have to have because, like you said, I mean, we got to have a school. And I think that there is a lot of public misunderstanding in terms of why we are where we are. Board Member Nichols brought to my attention a really beautiful editorial that was just published in the paper. And one of the points made in that editorial is about at some point we can't allow public schools in our city to get dried out.
All right, I did read that editorial. It did make note that we have made some changes since the last time we asked for money.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a great article.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
I think, Board President Levy, I think just like anything, you know, if we've got to build the foundation before we can reap the benefits. And I think by starting with the public and Board Member Miller and I both agreed that, you know, that's where we need to start. That's where we're going to make some headway, I think.
All right, I agree, because we have half of them. There's about half. So when you look at the 100 or so votes that were missing in the capital and about the 400 that were missing in the operational, that kind of shows us where we're at as a community. Some are for, some are against. So I do think that the difference of time and what we have the opportunity for in April and what we'll have the opportunity for this coming April and some of the moves that still have to be made and some other actions that might need to be taken. Like I said, you know, we did have lots of concerns as we moved from 4 middle schools to 2. And even as we made that decision, there was conversation that, you know, do the numbers dictate that we need to move to 1? So those are different things that are there, and definitely looking to hear what our community's thoughts are about that. But in the end, as I go back to this statement, because I'm reading in the second whereas, where it talks about slowly restoring fund balance. And as we've been told a number of times here, the only way to restore fund balance is by asking through the operational referendum that we might come to some common understandings and collective action in that goal. All right.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
I'll just say, reading through it, I think it's a great start to kind of what I talked about earlier with that transparency, right? It's a simple document that says, here's where we're at. Here's the positives if we move forward. Here's the downfall if we don't. You know, it's no different than the lanes we're in right now. You know, for example, Dr. Garrison, he makes these day-to-day decisions for the district, and the board makes some board-level decisions. And this is the public's chance to say, hey, it's our turn to make a decision. So we just have to feed them with, good information, give them the why, and I think this is a good start to it.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, actually. I mean, that's really, we have to come out with a strong why, and that's what Board Member Nichols and I talked a lot about. I mean, that why belongs to the whole community. The why does not just belong to the board. It doesn't just belong to the administration. It's our whole community's why. And, we're elected to these seats to help create things like this. And thank you for saying we brought your name up a number of times about look, Brian told us we need to be as clear as possible, right? So we tried to lay out that opportunity cost because you're right. It's about access because we can't all own this shared community vision for how we want, because the money's a mechanism to do the thing, right? So we can't do the things that we want to do for our kids without having that shared why and purpose of how we're using those funds to affect that change, right? Without giving people access to that understanding and kind of that buy-in, right, to that why.
All right, because in the last one, as we look at those consequences, and I do feel that we are in the place of experiencing some of the consequences of not passing the referendum. At that time, there were 7 people. We had a 6-1 vote to go to referendum. This time, as we're making these decisions, 5 of the same people will be making that decision with 2 additional people, but the consequences are, we're still getting close to that same consequence. 2 new people, same information. All right, and the last one is that avoiding the following repercussions of the unsuccessful operational referendum. Just the other thoughts, like I saw, I'm looking there, in that inability to compensate staff according to future CPI increases. Because I know it was in jest, but Mr. Chady's comment is taking note, because in the end, as teachers are making year-to-year decisions about their employment with their contracts, and surrounding districts are making offers, and some districts in the state are giving 8%, and some are giving less than that. Those are choices that people make. So, for employees, we thanked people today for their service. They have families too, mortgages and car notes and children, and they want to know that they can take care of their needs. And so that stability, what we're trying to avoid, as it says there, those are some of those things.
Right. I mean, and it's nothing to joke about. And if you look at the UAW situation, and I mean, the costs are. I mean, I've got 3 kids, and my grocery bill is obscene. I mean, and we take advantage of free breakfast and free lunch at school, and our grocery bill is obscene. I mean, everybody's in that struggle. And when we talk about investing in our school district, we're talking about investing in the people who literally day to day give that care to our kids. And that's got to be like a #1 priority, because everybody knows the #1 way to raise academic achievement lies in the hands of their teachers. So if we don't center on that, we're not centering on our kids.
Right. So I just kind of asked those questions because I looked there, saw my name is on that resolution. So I just want to make sure that, right, Sean Levy, board president. There's other names there too, but I just know my name is there. So now therefore be it resolved, the School District of Beloit Board of Education requests the administration prepare an operational referendum along with an appropriate schedule of community engagement opportunities and community listening sessions. In witness whereof, the members of the Board of Education for the School District of Beloit have executed this resolution on today would be the 19th of September, 2023. So is there a motion, or is there a motion to accept this resolution?
I move to approve the
So
resolution.
Second?
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay. Greg is moving fast down there today. The motion has been made by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Is there any discussion? All right, Mr. Shope, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you for that.
Yes,
Sorry
thank
to
you.
interrupt. Special thanks to Board Member Nichols for making time to meet with me. I really appreciated it.
Well, thanks for reaching out. It was a fun project. Thanks.
Thank you.
So thank you to Board Member Miller and Nichols for helping to get that going there. Operational referendum.
So I'll just kick us off. Naturally, part of our conversation since really July, once we started to have the conversation around what the budget impact, the state budget's impact has on our school district. Naturally, we had to start having conversations around what is it that we need more in the school district. And one of the things that we've been discussing is an operational referenda. Naturally, in the operational referenda, we've talked about many different things, especially as it pertains to how the state budget has impacted us, whether it be the high revenue, or getting rid of the high revenue ceiling for us, the hold harmless clauses, the increased payments to charter schools, to many different variables in which this budget just didn't come to fruition for us. We don't get to see the extra $900 or so per kid, which in essence impacts us by the tune of a little over $12 million over the next 3 years. And so all of these things that we've discussed multiple times in many different ways, which again prompted us to have these types of conversations with the board around referenda. We discussed our referenda history with you all naturally. We discussed, in the history of Beloit, we've only been to referenda as we can date
4 times.
4 times. And two of those questions was in April. And so we've done a very good job and I honestly can say this honestly, we've done a very good job in using what we have to educate our students over the many years of the school district of Beloit. Other people around us has been to referendum multiple times. Of course, we've had conversations around, what those questions look like. We talked about, again, the impact of the state budget. Again, those 2 key legislations, the increases in low revenue limit ceiling, and of course, then the 2023-2025 state biennial budget, the $325 per pupil revenue limit increase removes high poverty aid, which increases special education reimbursement rates, among others. And again, I'm not trying to go through the entire presentation once again, but again, it is something that you all have at your disposal. Another thing that happens in that in Wisconsin Act, in the 2023 Wisconsin Act 11, was again that $11,000 per student low revenue limit ceiling, and that's something that we don't have access to. And so these things, of course, hurt us in many different ways. And our goal is to see what's the flavor for the board as pertains to operational referenda going into the 2024 school year. Yes, we do have some heavy constraints that we are working through. I know we approved the preliminary budget at a negative $4 million. But what is more important is that we are also walking up on I like to call it a fiscal cliff. I hate to say cliff, a fiscal horizon, where some extra funds that we have, as mentioned in the previous conversations with ESSER, additional $12 million we will not be able to use from ESSER that we built into our budget to cover stuff that we're not asking the public to do. And so now, again, these are the conversations in which once ESSER goes away, we're going to have some additional conversations or deeper conversations around what is it that we can actually do, which brings us to the conversation around referenda. As I've stated before, it's not many ways we can get money, It's not many ways we can get money. One, of course, from the state, and based off of their many different calculations, how they decide to give us money. And then, of course, through referenda. And in this case, this past year, both places were unfavorable for the school district of Beloit, in which, again, no one knew that they was going to give us this amount of money this time around. But we also didn't know that they would also ding us for not passing for not being successful in a referenda. The one thing that we thought we should do is the one thing that we also got dinged on for not passing. And so we also kind of had like a triple whammy in the school district of Beloit. That's just a fact. That's just what it is for us. Not just us, 29 other member school districts who fell in the conversation around not passing a referenda. And so we all are in this conversation around what is it that we're going to do. And a lot of us are gearing up for the possible conversations, which it is my responsibility to bring this to you for a possible referenda conversation in the 2024 school year. Now, naturally, there's going to be conversations around when, and that's something that the board would have to discuss. And even if we don't fall on a conversation tonight, it is our responsibility to bring this conversation to you so that we can have the open discussion around if and when. That will allow me as a district administrator to start doing the same thing that I did last year, get the ball rolling on conversations. Now, again, every bit of time that I have, one could argue that the window is still tight now even, right? Based off of when we make an approval or not, puts me into different conversations because we're all in this dance together, the community, the board, and administration. And we have to, work on our dance and our dance moves so that we can, move at a rate in which we all are having fun at the party. And so hopefully this is a conversation the board is willing to have again tonight. This conversation isn't going anywhere till a decision is made. And so I want to make sure that that's clearly understood. I will be bringing this to you all until we make a decision around if and when we are to go to referenda as pertains to timing. There was two options that we put on the board to consider. Option A, which would be having April 24 referendum conversation, or option B, which is to have a November 2024 conversation. Both presents different challenges, and I'm not here to determine when we decide to go. That's not my decision. It's really the board's decision. But it is my conversation to have that we do get 2 questions in a year. And so whether it's a capital question and an operational question, or whether it's 2 capital questions or there's 2 operational questions, we only get 2, period. And that's something that the board, needs to, keep in mind as we make certain decisions. If we go operational referendum April, that's one question. If it passes, great. We have another question that we could possibly use for capital in November of 24. That's an option. Or we say capital and then operational. That those are questions that we have to have. The EUA facility study is not yet completed. That's why we're talking about operational, but our bigger conversation is operational based off of our district needs currently. Once we have the data from our facility study and the information from EUA, it'll better provide us the information around when we should possibly think about going to capital referenda. That won't stop us if we decide to go to operational referenda, asking questions around capital referenda. Like, we can start probing the community around what is it that they're looking for, what is it that what they like. Here are some of our needs. We can just kind of probe the conversation. So just because we decide to go to operational or not, or capital or not, both we can start probing the community around what is it that we want to see. However, we are also up against everybody else who wants to do an operational referendum right now. And the companies that help us with this are, far and few in between. They're booking up. Last year, as you already know, and I'll be done with this part of the presentation, 5 minutes, a lot of that came from in-house. When I say a lot, everything that you saw was stuff that we put together in-house. Team Monica Christopher, vision from me, vision from our business services at the time. We all kind of came together to say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And it was almost successful. But our goal is not to go to referendum and not be successful. There's also conversations around what has a higher success rate of passing, an April referendum versus a November referendum. But I always lean back on the ones that we did pass here in the city they passed in April. The ones that didn't pass in April. And so our city is 50-50, if that makes any sense. And so I don't want to, again, speculate that someone will pass over or not pass, or what's the perfect time. Those are decisions that the board will have to, discuss, and then we will move forward with whatever is given, but understanding that our operational conversation is at its shelf time. So that's the high-level overview of the conversation, and I'll turn it back over to the board for discussion.
All right, so we just all approved a resolution that says explore this referendum. So some of the other determinations here, which we can express ourselves, and I'll take you in any order you choose to. It's kind of the same thing again. 2 questions can be asked in this upcoming year. An operational question and a capital question. We won't receive our final facility reports from EUA, who's taking care of that work for us, until about November, as our projected schedule to receive that. There's the need to prepare the conversations and community listening sessions and engagements that we just said that we would conduct. And so our choices are we going to have an operational, a capital, or both? Are we going to ask 1 question in April 2024 or 2 questions in April 2024? Are we going to ask 1 in April, 1 in November? Are there going to be 2 capital questions, 2 operational questions? So we can keep moving things down the road so they can get closer to where we need to be so we can have conversations. We kind of had this conversation once, but I'll kick it off again to let people, where you at. We just had our other collective action, and where you at now so we can give our administration some direction.
Board President Levy, I need to, for childcare purposes, join virtually.
Okay, you want to?
So do you mind
Go
if
first.
I'm going to kick the can real
You can go
quick.
first.
But I'll be logging on as I walk out virtually, so I'm not
Okay.
going to miss any of the meeting. Okay, so just real quick, I think it's best to do one question at a time. I think there's a lot of clarity and messaging that goes along with that, and then given just the state of not having a facility study completed in a way that will be most informed until November, my preference would be to look at an operational referendum considered in April. Just as with the caveat that our administration feels, and particularly our communications team feels, that that will be adequate time to prepare transparent, clear, kind of like marketing. And marketing's not the right word really, but just like informational pieces, and that we have adequate time to like not just hold maybe meetings at schools, but just really get into the community, engage with our community partners, with our neighborhoods, and make sure that we're bringing our message to people, and making sure that we're bringing that listening piece in, to kind of kick things off, like a good sequence of that. So if our administration feels like that's enough time, that we have capacity to do that, I would prefer to go in April for operational.
So that's, I put you down as operational April 2024, Megan Miller. So just kind of to the administration question, Dr. Garrison, having had less time last time, is operational 2024 doable?
So, like I stated before, whatever the board decides, I will make doable, because that is my, my goal, just as last year. And so if we decide April of 24, I will make it doable. If we decide November 24, I will make it doable. When it comes to funds,
We need the money when we need
we need the money when we need the money. And then right now, we still need the money, and it's not a question about that part. So that's just where we are right now. And I don't want to, again, I will make work whatever the board decides to move forward with. That's my best response.
Yeah, but you're not saying, no, don't do that. That's a horrible mistake.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all, because
Okay.
that'll be what the board decides, and that'll be what we'll have to move forward with.
Okay. Gotcha. Board Member Amy Levy, hand is up.
I'm actually the opposite of Board Member Miller. I think even though the study will be done in November, I think we need to, and I appreciate your flexibility, Dr. Garrison, go with capital in April and operational in November. And my rationale for that position is that we were really close to getting capital passed, and we're going to have a larger turnout at the November election. And I think that could be the thing that puts us over the top for the operational piece.
A minute. So I got you as Amy Levy, capital April 2024, and operational November 2024.
Correct.
And your rationale is kind of just based on turnout. Okay. So I've got you on the board. Next.
Let me ask a quick question. So if we do a November operational, is that enough time to set the tax levy for tax year 2025? Yes. Okay. So I guess my thought would be, we're not waiting to find out if we need some money, right? So I would start with an April operating, because again, we already know we need it. And then the second decision depends on what happens, right? So sooner's better, in my opinion, because if you do need two swings, you can still do that, right? So.
Okay, so I got you as operational April 2024. Let's, as we're thinking these things out, something horrible could happen this winter, and we have an immediate capital need that we don't have now.
That's true.
So just keeping all this stuff in mind. All right, next. And your just a minute, your capital is, well, either we need one because it passes or we need two because it didn't pass. For your operational is what you're saying with the April 2024.
Yeah, I think we don't know what the Capital One assessment says yet, so it's kind of hard. We're kind of guessing there, but we know there's certain needs that are going to show themselves. But I think, for example, if you're playing what if an operational referendum fails in April, you probably have to do an operational in November because you can't do, that puts capital off a year because that's probably the more significant immediate need is going to be the operational. That's just how I see it playing out if it were to play out that way.
All right, next.
I have a question to ask. When will we receive our rating from the DPI for 22-23 school year?
So typically that's released, they've done it differently since, I hate to say the C word, COVID. We will probably have our rating sometime in November-ish, maybe. Yeah, that's what October, November, it really falls in those 2 months.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Well, the reason I asked that question is Board Member Miller and I kind of talked about that the other day when we sat and worked up this piece. I think that's going to be an important question to have answered, to sit down with the public, initially sit down with the public. I think they're going to want to, from what I've heard in the past, they're going to want to hear some good news. And that'd be a great way to start a listening session is, hey, look here. Here's one thing, and then just take it from there. I'm paraphrasing badly right now, but you know what I mean. So
I will note that, we did go from a 2-star to a 2.5-star last year. Now, let's say we was to hold steady and let's say stay 2-star, or let's say we was to go up, who knows? 1-star, sorry, to a 2-star. And so I think thank you for making a clarification. We are in the process, we're in the throes of these things, and I think we will continue to make those leaps and bounds as time presents itself, with a focus on instructional and background that I have and that the school district is moving towards. I do believe we'll keep making gains accordingly.
okay, well, I pretty much agree with Brian, the other Brian, that we look at doing an operational in the spring, and then it depends after that.
So I've got you down as operational April 2024, and like Brian, depends on what happens in that April 2024. Just want to add, just want to follow up too, and this is just the educator in me. It would be nice to be a 3-star. It'd be nice to be a 5-star district in November. I just want to say that all the performance of the children that's going to go into those numbers, that has already happened. So that number that's going to come out in November, if we fall to a 1-star, or if we increase to 3 stars, or if we increase to 5 stars, no matter what that number is, our budget, as we've already projected it, is still going to be the same. And we still have to educate children. So that performance does matter. And yes, it would make different citizens feel a certain way. But when you start at 1 and you get to 2, that's an improvement. So we're in a situation that, for a district, we've been in some survival mode and getting things done. And like I said, I'm referencing our strategic plan when we talk about creating this budget stability. But it starts with taking the time to make a strategic plan. We didn't have an executive director of finance, and we didn't have a superintendent. We got a superintendent, and then we got an executive director of finance. and we're continuing to build out some of these departments because people are missing. Because at the same time that we're trying to make these other financial decisions, all these other things are still happening. So November's performance does matter, like what happens with our kids. But even if it's 5 stars, okay, that'll be this year, but we still need that money, whether or not, so we can continue to fund their education. And like, we're gonna find out some third Friday count numbers. We may have increased our enrollment, or our enrollment might have decreased. So unlike sports, where we have clear scoreboards, and you can tell what team is winning and what team is losing, you know, there's no way for people to understand that we're progressing. I go back to when you think about the education of your child, you either know that your child is at, above, or below where they should be. And as a school district, we're kind of working through those things too. And even the work that we're doing as a school board, as we work our way through these situations, we talk these things through, we vote. You know, we might not be 7-0, but we take our time to talk to these things, work together, do some outside work to bring it back to the group like you and Megan did. That those are things that we're trying to demonstrate to the community, that we are making progress too. So, like I said, those things are important, and I do understand where they sit at. But just kind of like, just another perspective that those numbers and things will already be decided, but our financial numbers that we know are not going to change based on that. But definitely understand that people might feel more motivated if they were to see us increase from 2 stars to 3 stars, or even to 5. Yep. Next.
I'll go next. I am in favor of an April operational referendum. If that fails, then that gives us the opportunity in November to have another operational. If it passes, then we can do the capital in November. Every referendum this district has passed has been a capital referendum, and beautiful buildings are nice and wonderful, but buildings don't teach children. Teachers, people teach children. This building, this beautiful building we're in here, came out of operational funding. I wasn't in favor of that then, and now we are, you know, how many million in the hole, and this building was how much? You know, we made some bad decisions along the way, and I think this board is ready to say we need to have our budget priority follow our heart priority. So that's where I am.
Next.
I agree that we need to go for an operational referendum in April. And then, depending on what we get from the report on facilities and what happens, we can decide what our priority needs to be for November.
Okay. So I'm not torn, because I do believe that for me, it's kind of simply of like following along with our strategic plan is like stabilizing our budget, and I think that operational referendum in April 2024 will stabilize our budget. It all depends on, you know, what the voter turnout is and what the people decide. Like I said, I think that with our last budget, our last referendum, I know from my role, the thing that I was seeking to do is let's get this information in front of our community so they can study it and understand it and take action. I did not want us to be poor public stewards by not putting that information out in front. So I would be for April 2024, and it's dependent on what happens. Again, like I said, we're in September 19th where we don't have a significant capital issue because anything could happen. There's new information, there's things that could come along that could change what our prioritization is right now. If we have a late season tornado and the high school gets knocked down, we're gonna need to build a new high school. I mean, we just don't know what is coming our way. So that's kind of, where we're at on this end. And I kind of, and also make that point because, we were at a place with our federal funding in ESSER, where the state said to us, spend down those ESSER dollars, spend the money that the federal government gave you first. And then the state says the other way that you increase is by asking your public, and we took those steps as we were waiting for the state to take other actions, and they did increase funding to education, but in a way that takes more money from us in this current budget. So, with those understandings of where things are at and what our responsibilities are, I would be at operational April 2024, and we'll determine what our need is. Maybe our capital will come back and say, our capital will come back and show us that we don't have many actions to take with buildings right now, but I do think we need to get that operational. So I would put myself in April 2024. So as we just kind of went through this exercise, we'd be at, 6 saying, let's go to operational in April 2024, and 1 saying, let's go to capital in 2024. Board Member Levy, you were on that other space we're just talking through. What would you think about where we're at and kind of seeing where the board is?
So as always, with very few exceptions, I yield to the will of the board. And again, since Capitol was closed and we're going to have a lower turnout, unfortunately, in April than we will in November, I wished everyone voted in every election no matter what, but unfortunately that's just not the case. I thought we had a better chance of passing Capitol in April and operational in November. Not that Capitol is more important than operational. I was just looking at the numbers in turnout. But yeah, I'm willing to yield to the will of the board in this instance.
All right. I'm understanding that too. I appreciate that explanation. And one of the things is also to talk about to our community, 400 votes and 100 votes are very close. And I think it is about a message that our board sends. So it's different for a board to be 6-1 versus a board being 7-0 in this type of ask. So I don't know. So the second place that I would ask is that when it comes to us asking this, because sometimes we want to make sure that board members understand what they're being asked to do, are people okay with voting tonight or next meeting, just wanting things to be clear so no one's on the spot, but we've kind of weighed out where we're at. This is our second time. So I'm just, I think that's a part of our, just some of the norms of operation that we've used to keep ourselves together and be courteous towards each other about when to take action on this. Because the sooner we take action, that gives Dr. Garrison and the team room to move, but I just want to understand where board members are at. If you got something to say, weigh in, please.
I'm fine with voting this evening.
I'm ready to take action.
Okay. All right. Brian and Brian, you guys okay?
Well, we kind of took action on, with that resolution, as far as, I guess I need more clarification on what action you're looking to actually vote on, because it doesn't, we've already said let's move towards, an operating referendum, which the first opportunity is April of 2024. So I guess I'm just curious what more we need to vote on.
So I think where we are at, and I'm trying to make sure we got, we do have the resolution, but is it, Dr. Garrison, you need to know April 2024 or November 2024, and then we have to get to that process of developing the question again?
Correct. So there are steps
what steps are needed?
Sure. So the steps are, naturally, the board decides that we want to go to operational referenda based off of what we're hearing, possibly April 2024. From there, I start the conversations around community input, looking at, our finances, what could be some surveys, looking at, from the resolution, you all have given me some whereases to take care of. And so, whereas I have to go and start looking at all of that conversation, then really start getting some community input from the conversation. we don't have to move in an ad hoc committee format. We don't have to do that. We can actually really lean into our community and start having conversations around here's our state of our finances and what could be our ask for operational referenda. We then will have to have more conversations with Baird, looking at our debt and our defeasance, more conversations with my business office. It's everything that I did last year in roughly 7 weeks, a little more than in this case, a little more than that this time around. And so that's in a nutshell of kind of what's to come. Based off of the board's decision, naturally, I wake up in the morning, I blink my eyes, and I start back working on what does it actually look like and start laying out a plan for that conversation. That's getting in contact with school perceptions. And I can go down a list of things that I have to do, but those are the things that I did last time, and I don't want to bore the board, but there's a lot of other things that I have to start looking at to start laying out our conversation even. Naturally, we're still meeting with EUA. We have a meeting with them even tomorrow. This information has to be shared with them, and naturally, like I mentioned, if we all decide to go April 2024 of next year, that doesn't stop us from having conversations around, well, what is the flavor for capital? I mentioned that in general. Like, what does it look like? But in the absence of having what we need, it does make it a little bit harder, but those are some of the things that we'll also start to try to capture in our capital conversation, as well as moving forward with our operational conversation if the board votes tonight.
All right, Board Member Miller, are you on remotely?
I certainly am.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I know that we still had a quorum, but I just wanted to see if you were here because I couldn't see on my icon. All right.
100%.
So,
I had,
just for clarification, go ahead, Brian. No, you got it.
so is it possible that the EAU survey could come back and all of a sudden we decided, well, no, we need a capital referendum?
Well,
is that possible?
Again, not having the survey, not having information in front of me is kind of hard for me to make that determination. There will be some things that we have to correct in our district. Looking from the outside, looking in is one thing. Oh, the buildings look straight. But when you start digging into systems and shelf life of HVAC and, electrical and, just to be honest with you, we still having problems with our lights on the football field. And
trying to address that.
We're trying to address that too. I mean, it's $100,000 per pole if you wanted to change the lights from our beyond outdated conversation with just the lights on our football field. And so the EUA is going to come with, okay, there's some things you can take care of, like they mentioned, that we need to take care of immediately, things that we can put on the plan or things that we can wait, down the road. And so they're going to give us that information, EUA and Findorf, I should say, as it pertains to cost analysis to fix certain things. And so they're going to give us that information, and when we have it, we'll be able to say, well, board, here's some things that we need to think about on the immediate side, which further goes back to Board Member Levy's conversation, possibly of what we need to possibly fix down the road. But again, like I mentioned from the start, we have 2 questions. That's all we got. And if it's one in operational and it passes, and then we have another question in November, and that could be easily capital, because you can't ask the same question in the same year, if you pass it, of course. If you failed it, you could ask the same question again.
Right. I was just kind of like, sometimes this is the other understanding, like if it's September, or like give ourselves, if we decided tonight, or even if we decided 2 weeks from now, and the work in that operational began, we're moving towards that concretely, we're not going to get the information from EUA and Findorf until about November is when they're projected to deliver their full.
Late October, late October, late October, November timeframe.
Right. So then
they're shifting some things as we speak.
So as they're working, again, late October, early November, kind of puts us in the same time frame. I think that whenever we decide what questions to ask, that's when we're deciding. But like I said, those surveys are going to come back, and we have to make some move here. So I guess so just for clarification, and I'm asking other people too, we did have our resolution that said, prepare for the referendum. We just kind of checked ourselves through consensus that people said, yes, let's get ready for April 2024. Now, to actually be prepared and get on the ballot, we'll have to have those the question formed. Correct. So are you proposing that we just send you all off to do the work and the math and let the math and come back with the numbers that we need as you work with Baird and be able to present it to us, and then we kind of move forward from there? And then, like you said, the public information sessions that educate that, or do you need us to vote tonight? Because I think people are ready.
Sure. I mean, the board's ready to vote tonight.
2024 April.
Sure. If the board's ready to vote tonight, I will accept your vote. Again, for me, close my eyes tonight, open them up tomorrow, we start having conversations around what that actually looks like. What we will have to do to prepare the public for an operational conversation through listening sessions, through meetings with Baird, through conversations with school perceptions, through multiple other opportunities for people to come in and share what they like or what they dislike, and really try to inform our community around this operational request. Again, it's going to take us some time to get together with our financial institutions, just like it did last time, to formulate what our request will end up being. But that's with input from the various community conversations as well. And so it's going to be a process that we have to walk ourselves through, just like last time. And we will bring to the board information. There's many different ways we can do it. Through the community conversations, we can bring a question, and then the board can decide if they like the question or change the question. Or we can bring all the information from the community to the board, and you can formulate the question. I mean, there's many different ways we can do it. Last time, we did an ad hoc route where we gathered information, and they wrote the questions, and then we brought it back to the board, and there were some shifts in the questions at that point. But there's many different ways we can get to the questions, but regardless, it has to be to the commission in January.
Okay, so important. Board Member Levy, I see your hand. I'm going to recognize you in a minute. So just another backdrop as we kind of decided this and talked it through. All of this is still happening. We're at the same time, we're looking toward a budget that's going to be -$4 million, and some adjustments will still be made throughout the year so that we hopefully don't come in at -$4 million. We still have things to do, like decide compensation of teachers and staff. And so, in essence, like as we've worked through tonight, we've said, yes, we know we need to ask for operational referendum. We've kind of said we should do that in April 2024, and we still have these other things to do. So just kind of as the thought is, you still haven't fired your administrators yet. You still haven't let people go yet. So all of these conversations are going on at the same time, and like you said about the community and engagement and understanding of these are the steps that are being taken and the way that these steps are being taken and where things will be at. I didn't mean to say that cavalierly, but like you said, it's an issue of the different employee groups, what our obligations to them are, their understanding of steps that have already been taken, because again, contracts for administrators are going to come up in August. We have the buildings as they are. Like, there are lots of things that are happening. And I say again, as I've said before, we are one of the largest employers in the city of Beloit. How we get to where we need to be in our size, and how we, ask and engage our community for something that we all agree needs to happen. Like, these are all the things that are happening at the same time.
Just like last year, I was doing all those things at the same time. Part of my responsibility to the school board is to continue to do the work that I do day to day. That's my job. And I have a team of wonderful people that I work with, from administration to my executive team as well. And they all know I come to work every day, and so, and we're here to get the job done. And so there's a lot of things that I will have to do, just like last time when we were having this conversation, and that's just part of where we are until we're able to land where we need to be. fiscally strong based off of our strategic plan.
All right. Does anyone want to make the motion?
Well, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
I forgot to recognize your
No,
hand.
you're fine. So Dr. Garrison, do you and your team need any further clarification from the board? Because for me, I guess that would determine whether or not we need to take an initial vote. And just to recap, we already have unanimously stated to direct the administration to look at operational referendum. Are you looking for language to expand that to capital, even though it seems like the consensus is if capital comes, it won't be until November 2024, and there are also no dates listed with the initial vote that we took. Would it be helpful to you to have those dates formalized by the board, or are you good to go with the vote we already took?
I'll be good to go with the vote of what you all have went through right now through the consensus. If you all say April 2024, let's move forward. Preparation for April 2024 operational ballot. That's what I'll be doing. Now, that does not, again, like you mentioned, Mrs. Levy, does not take off the conversation that we're still working through capital stuff. And so there may be some things what I have to bring back to you all and say, hey, we may have to look at this at a later time. But that'll be information I'll have to bring to the board. So I don't need any more information from the board outside of y'all directing me to move forward. Yeah.
Okay. You got it, Brian.
Well, I kind of agree with Brian. I mean, we've already passed the resolution. We all voted on that unanimously. So I think that's. It feels like we're kind of jumping the gun just a little bit because there's additional information that could come in the next 30 days. The state could reverse the decision on whatever that crazy bill was that passed in 2017. I know we've got both of our state senator and assemblyman working on that, and
that's true.
And I know I have a couple phone calls that I'm going to make too. So
that is true. I think even if the state makes a shift and change, that doesn't take away our fiscal horizon that's still coming with the 2024 budget with ESSER going away. And so the operational conversation, as I've stated, is still a thing for the school district of Beloit. We still don't have a fund balance. Those are things that, again, even if things change, there may still be a need for us to go to operational referendum. Not maybe. There probably will be a need for us to go to operational referenda if we are to turn the corner financially. Now, it will probably lower our deficit, right, if the state changes its mind. Okay, that's true. But it won't change the fact that the cliff is still, well, I hate to say cliff, horizon is coming, which is a real true thing for the school district of Beloit. And those ESSER funds were already allocated prior to you being on the board, prior to me coming, prior to a lot of things happening with all of us. So those things had already been allocated for in our school district. So that's the other side of that conversation, that we probably still will need to have some form of operational conversation because we don't have fund balance. And we also will run into that cliff of how we're going to keep and or get rid of $12 million worth of services that could possibly have impact on our school district.
Megan Miller, I see your hand.
Yeah, okay, so folks, I would be in favor of taking a vote, and here's why. I think if we vote right now to go to operational referendum in April, and I think the date that was in the presentation, but I might be wrong, was April 2nd, 2024, that gives us time to formulate a question. And then there's our administrators that have to do this work know with certainty that that's the direction that we're headed. So Board Member Nichols, for example, I agree with your sentiment. I hope they do reverse that 2017 kind of silliness that's so harmfully impacting so many students in all over Rock County. But even if they do, it's not going to make it's not going to give us another $12 million, right? So, I think what that would do is it would impact the ask that we're making, right? And we still have that wiggle room to say, do we need to go to the ballot for $24 million or for whatever $1 million, and that, we have time to bring in that information, but I think taking that vote right now gets the wheels turning so that we can have those conversations and move the work forward. For example, we can start to engage our community right away if we vote today to say, yep, this is what we're doing. Let's get those sessions organized. Let's hear from folks, and let's really shape our ask around the collective vision and needs from the community.
Okay. That is that's an explanation. So again, is everyone comfortable, or is there some unreadiness? Okay. All right. What did you say?
Doesn't matter. So if you're gonna vote, you vote. That's fine.
Right. Okay. Is there a motion? Megan Miller, hand raised.
I'd move that the Board of Education approve going to operational referendum in April, I guess it's April 2nd, 2024. But I'm not sure if there are details missing from my motion, so if somebody wants to check on that before there's a second, if there's a second, that would be great.
I'll second.
Okay. So it's been moved by Megan Miller that the board authorize our administration to prepare for April 2024 operational referendum, April 2nd being the date. It's been seconded by Board Member Schneider. Is there any discussion? Okay, so I'll throw one out for discussion just to be clear. As we've said that we kind of talked about it, we worked our way through it together. There's a resolution that outlines why we're doing this. We've seen that most of us are lying in April 2024. Board Member Levy explained her reasons and understands where we're at with the group. And formally, we're just saying to our community and saying to our administration that, yep, April 2024, we need to ask an operational question. There's other parts of this, when they work with Baird and bring other information together that will form that question, the same processes that we used last time. We won't be doing it through an ad hoc committee, but our community have input and engagement as that resolution read, because we're trying to address our operational issue. That's my understanding of what we're doing. And just wanted to make sure that as we go through, that everyone's clear and we're able to move. Go ahead, Anderson.
So I think it's a little redundant because I think the resolution serves the purpose, but my concern is if we take a motion and we say we're going to do this, and if, let's just say, hypothetically, because we're going to have a lot of conversations with a lot of different stakeholders between now and then, and the public says, if you do this, it is not going to pass. I don't care if you ask for $1 or $10 million or $100 million. And we say, well, we voted, we're going to go to operational referendum April 2024, and that doesn't pass, and it resets our 3-year window of being penalized. I think it's a little premature when I think the direction that I think we've given, Dr. Garrison gives him the full breadth to move towards an operational referendum in 2024 on the resolution. So that's just my thought.
So, again, I don't know if I'm not being clear. The vote as that we're possibly going through with only allows the resolution gives the board the conversation as to why we want to go to operational referendum. It gives the board the conversation around why we want to go to operational referendum. but I have to prepare for a date on this referenda. So I could be preparing all next year and into 2025. So I will have to decide on a date of either April or November. You see what I'm saying? So I can go. You're right. The resolution tells me to go out and start preparing. It does, but I have to put something on a ballot on a time frame. That makes sense.
This is the specific direction you're saying.
This would be
The specific direction from the board is be ready for April 2024. That's what we're trying to do,
correct.
right?
Because I can go out and start preparing everything, like, gathering information and all that. But at some point, I have to the board has to decide on the date
Right.
in which we will go to referenda.
Either one. Okay.
Yeah, April or November, because we can only go those 2 times.
Right.
Okay, and I do concede that is, as I review the resolution again, that date is not specifically addressed in the resolution, so
So for a little clarity, as we went through, we understand that, that this one is to establish that we're doing this in April 2024 as of tonight. I know we're still in the middle of the discussion, but I mean, as we're discussing, it could also be that, again, if we decided not to, we know how to get ramped up for things and we know how to walk our way out of it, or we've already practiced trying to rescind motions too. So, I mean, so we can always take it back. I said that in the graduation speech, that sometimes when you fail, it helps you to have success in later times. So, we can be safe in saying that we're trying to go for April, we're going for April 2024. And if we need to adjust something in between, we know how to do it. We got a parliamentarian. We got other board members that work together. So we'll be okay. But I think as we've gone through the night, we've said that we need operational assistance. And we've all said April 2024. All right, so any more discussion, just to make sure we got clarity about what we're doing. That's one of our norms. We know what we're voting on and why. All right. Anybody else? Okay. So hearing no more discussion, Megan Miller, is your hand up?
I mean, I guess I was just going to say, kind of, Board Member Anderson, to your point, like, I'm with you on that. Like, we need to be responsive to what we hear. And it's like, if we initiate this, it's like almost like a catch-22. I mean, like, if we don't say, if it's ambiguous about when we're going, it lessens I mean, it's like, let's make it real for people, hear what they have to say. And if folks are like, absolutely not for all these unanticipated reasons, we can change our motion. You know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't lock us into, this isn't like not being responsive to folks, but what this does, from my perspective, is this gets the ball rolling in a very real way, and allows everybody to engage in this reality of going in April. And if it turns out that that's not the right thing, as we discussed, there's nothing stopping us from changing that, right? So I just wanted to respect what you were saying. I think it's a really good point that you brought up, but that's where I would still be in favor of just taking the vote now. And then we always have that wiggle room as we go.
Okay, anybody else? All right. The motion is for going to operational referendum April 2nd, 2024.
have a roll call vote, please.
Okay. So that's the question. Mr. Shope, we have a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
And for clarity, aye means you're going for April 2024. Nay means no. Don't do that. Okay.
Okay. Greg Schneider.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
aye.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Tia Johnson.
Aye.
And Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay. This is government. We're moving. Okay. So we are preparing for April 2024 referendum. My computer is frozen. I can't get to the agenda. Just a minute. I have to pull out my paper copy. All right, future board meeting dates, which I can't see without my computer.
So future board meeting dates.
Read those for me, Dr. Garrison.
Sure, the future board meeting dates will be October the 2nd for a regular board meeting. October the 3rd will be our policy meeting. October the 17th is another regular board meeting. But I want to add, there may be some special meetings in between now and October because of the preliminary budget and adoption and CPI possible conversations as well.
Okay. So we're now at item 8, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, and Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Our items are BEA negotiation strategy discussion, which is covered in 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C, and parentheses E. And we go into closed session. We will be adjourning from closed session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second?
Okay, so it's been moved by Board Member Amy Levy and seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Mr. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please? Is there any discussion? Mr. Shope, may we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, all right, we'll be adjourning from closed session. Hey, Doc, so this is time.